Oh ho! Welcome to the Woke Mind virus. Wow. What do we got going on today? I transformed my barber's body in only 60 days. Can you review this video?
Is their barber. Now, I get my haircut once a week at the same place, the same medium skin fade, with the same beautiful man. Meet Ali. Ali has been cutting my hair for the last 2 years, so naturally we've got to know each other pretty well. Now, over the past couple of months, he's been speaking to me a lot about his body, how he feels weak, and I can tell he wants to get into the gym, but has no idea what to do. So...
Do you remember who this is?
Creepy, weird stuff. He's also on record saying that
Oh, this guy.
pedophilia should be okay.
True, I do say that all the time. That's like my main policy position, I think.
He was defending it back in the day.
Absolutely.
So he's clearly a deranged, drug-using, like messed up individual. That's why his wife left him. That's why
True.
he's constantly self-destructing.
True.
He has a lot of inner game issues, and you're gonna watch this guy spiral. Yeah, you could say he has
A lot of what?
destructing. He has a lot of inner game issues. And
Inner game issues? Or what's he saying? This guy also looks like he's literally on meth. Why is this guy sweating so much?
that's why his wife left him. That's why he's constantly self-destructing. He has a lot of inner game issues.
I don't know what inner game issues means.
And you're gonna watch this guy spiral. Yeah, you could say he has clout and all that stuff, but does that really matter if you're just like a morally bankrupt person and you're like just this perverted dick sucker? I don't know. You guys can trade clout for dick sucking if you want, but not me.
Yeah, I got so much clout sucking dick. Yes, the ultimate clout generator. It's always the same thing. It is. I should be studied as a renewable source of fusion energy, I guess, if I've been self-destructing for 10 years. We're still here.
I've been thinking about it for the past couple months.
What's that?
Would you want me
Yeah,
to take you through a transformation
yeah,
for YouTube? Yeah?
yeah,
I train you
yeah,
for 60 days
yeah.
and we do a transformation to see how much muscle you can gain. I proposed the idea to him. You want to do it?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
why not?
And he said yes.
We're joined with Ali.
Yeah, man.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, a bit.
What are your goals for the gym?
Strength. I'm a bit weak, so
Do you want to look bigger as well?
He gained more muscle than people would in 1 year just in 20 days. All right, we'll see.
Or like physically?
little bit, not.
A little bit,
Yeah,
not bodybuilding.
yeah.
Get stronger and a bit bigger. We knew what Ali wanted, so we got him the gym membership, and now it's time to put it into action.
Welcome to another segment of Natty or Not on the Destiny stream. Let's go.
Workout 1 was a bit of a disaster, I'll be honest. As Ali had never trained, his form wasn't the best. However, regardless, looking at how he was pushing himself, it's clear he had the motivation.
Say again? The t-shirt's getting tight. It's only day one, mate. It's only day one.
Ali had experienced the pump for the first time. He'd done his first proper workout. Bring on the next 60 days.
After day one of gym, I got really ridiculous aching and everywhere's aching. A lot of ache.
By the sounds of it, the workout clearly made Ali ache. So, you're probably wondering, what's his workout program?
Now, we only have 60 days to put on as much muscle and strength
Is this guy, is he like a fitness influencer? Joe Fazer?
as possible. So,
I created this.
we're benching. We got pull downs, pec flies. I'm assuming these are cables and not dumbbells. We've got cable rows, lat raises to failures. Okay. Tricep extension to failures. Okay. And then bicep curls to failure. Okay. The ultimate beginner arms program. When you're a beginner, the most important thing is to find as many lifts as possible that you can do to failure. Based. All right, let's go.
A 3-day-a-week full body split, bench press, lat pull down or pull ups, incline dumbbell press, cable rows, lateral raises, bicep curls, and tricep.
Wait.
So,
I created
Okay, I'm a little bit retarded, I understand. When we say full body split, does that usually just mean only the upper body? is that with also with basically no back exercises as well, except I guess pull downs and pull downs. Oh no, rows. I'm sorry, that's not fair. We got rows and pull downs. We kind of have some back in here. We're kind of pulling a little bit, kind of. Okay, all right. Here's our full body split. Okay, based.
this, a 3-day-a-week full body split, bench press, lat pull down or pull ups, incline dumbbell press, cable rows, lateral raises, bicep curls, and tricep extensions. Ali's going to be doing this Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so he'll be tearing and restoring his muscles 3 times a week.
which is going to lead to fast gains.
Day in, day out, Ali was hitting the gym. He never missed a session. I was also still getting my fresh skin fade every week.
Damn, do people really do weekly haircuts? Is that true? Holy shit.
There he is. What is it, week 3?
Yes, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Ali had been putting in a lot of work for the last 3 weeks, and while his strength was definitely blowing up, what about his physique?
Whoa. Hell.
This is after, what would this be, 9 workouts? Okay.
Bloody hell. Oh my god. How do you feel?
A lot bigger.
A lot bigger, yeah. You look a lot bigger.
The traps.
The work was clearly already paying off. Now, transformation quickly aside, Ali is one of the hardest working people I've ever met.
Busy day at work?
Yeah, very busy.
Very busy.
Late busy, like in the morning I was quiet, so.
He moved to the country in 2019, where him and his brother, who couldn't speak English, opened a barbershop. He's been working virtually every day for the past 5 years, cutting hair, and he always has a smile on his face. He's genuinely just a top guy.
Yo, yo.
How are you doing?
You good?
I'm good, you?
Good, man.
Yes.
That used to be baggy, didn't it?
Yeah.
Are these plates? I can't even see the weight. He couldn't do 1 plate on the first workout. It seemed like he couldn't do 1. I can't tell how much this is. I don't know. These are fucking weird.
As the weeks went on, Ali's lifts were growing, his arms were growing, and so was his confidence.
Fucking hell, look at that chest.
Now, in regards to Ali's diet, he really transformed it, from sugary, greasy meals to healthier, high-protein meals.
I got rice and chicken, and I got beans as well.
Medium skin fade, please. Have you been?
Yeah, been good, been busy with here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I came to Ali 60 days ago asking if he wanted to change. He said yes. Over these last 2 months, he has put
A lot of people call Mahler's Black Panther video racist. I was wondering if you would go through it on stream. I don't even know anything about it.
everything into the gym,
Maybe.
working long hours but still rocking up. This is what 60 days of dedication
How long
does to
is it?
someone. It's very clear to see Ali's put on some good size. This is him in the same t-shirt on day 1 compared to day 60. The guy got big. But that wasn't his main goal.
Like, what do you want to do? Build muscle, strength, like?
Strength.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a bit weak, so
Get strong. On day 1, Ali failed 55 kilos on bench. He ended up getting 52.5. What about today? $60 kilos flew, he'd already destroyed his previous one rep max. 75 kilos was his goal. That was what was on the bar right now.
Push, 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 come on, come on, you've got it, 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 you've got it.
He got it. He smashed the weight. He was over the moon. And while you look at this big grin on Ali's face, take him as an example of a guy who had a goal, he put his mind to it, worked hard, and ultimately he succeeded.
Perfect. Looks amazing.
Yeah.
Looks amazing.
Until I go more fat, it looks like more good.
Let's see the thing. Bloody hell, look at that.
Wow. Absolutely based. You see a video on Mr. Beast talking about the legality of his videos by a former employee. It looks like it's a bunch of illegal lotteries. Wow. I don't think this is natty at all, but I don't know. This seems kind of... The thing is that, like... It feels like the lifts that he gave him to do every day were kind of silly. And then anytime you expect to put on, like, a lot of, like, lead muscle in a very short amount of time as a beginner and, like, have, like, some noticeable results after, like... What, like 8 workouts? What would it have been? 20 days. He's doing 3 days a week. So that's like, it's like 8 or 9 workouts. You're never, ever, ever, you're never going to see like a massive noticeable difference in like lean muscle growth in 8 days or in 8 workouts. It's just never happening. This is just fucking retarded as fuck. This isn't even like trying to be real. This guy's probably he either does like crypto scams or some bots channel or some bullshit. This is just like pure bait. Like you're not even trying. You're not even like trying to make this look real. Like I think in like maybe if you made this like 6 months, it's like believable. But yeah, this is just fucking retarded. I don't know. Didn't he say he worked out every day? Knit that makes that it real? No, he said, I thought it was 3 days a week, but also you can't work out every day. Working out is like you destroy muscle and then you rebuild muscle. You can't just keep blowing it up over and over and over again. That wouldn't do anything. Okay, what are we doing today? I do think it's possible, depending on his genetics, what his nutrition used to be, and also lowering his body fat percentage. Like, I mean, is it possible that he's like one of the most genetically gifted people on the planet that in like 15 workout sessions, he puts on a whole, it's anything is possible. Anything is possible. But probably not here. Especially not when the person, keep in mind too, the YouTuber has a financial incentive to show you like crazy shit like this, so. Patrick raised a good point. He probably worked out before and muscle memory just kicked in. He wasn't bad at the beginning for someone who doesn't lift. I disagree, but what do I know?
A man's best friend is their barb. Every week.
Fuck, where's that first bench?
Workout 1 was a bit of a disaster, I'll be honest. As Ali had never trained, his form wasn't the best.
First, he says he never trained. Now, he could be lying about that,
However,
but
regardless, looking at how he was pushing himself, it's clear he had the motivation.
Say again.
Getting pumped.
the first.
The t-shirt's getting tight. It's only day one, mate. It's only day one.
Ali had experienced the pump for the first time. He'd done his first proper workout. Bring on the next 60 days.
Wait, did they not? I thought they showed the first bench here.
Get strong. On day one, Ali failed 55 kilos on bench. He ended up getting 52.5. What about today? On bench. He ended up getting 52.5. Day one,
I'm trying to think if this looks like a person who's benched before or not.
Ali failed 55 kilos on
Like my gut feeling is
bench.
is
He ended up getting
is kind of no, but maybe actually. I guess it's
52.5.
not actually as horrible as someone who's like never ever lifted before would look, but I don't know. Also, how tall is this guy? This grip is so narrow. Holy shit. The bar is at an angle. The bar is at an angle because he can't push the weight. It's not because he's necessarily
Day
like
one, Ali
using
failed
bad form. I mean,
55.
obviously it should never be at an angle, but the reason why the bar's tilting is because he doesn't have he can't push it up.
kilos on bench.
Grip is fine. I feel like this grip is super narrow, unless he's very short. Unless he's like he would I think shorter than me now, or I guess maybe some people fight to the death over for how wide your grip should be. That's not narrow, too narrow. It's fine. I'm 5'8", and even I am almost gripping. My pinkies are in the rings, almost. You think this is an ordinary width for a bench press? Wouldn't tilting the bar actually disperse the weight more evenly to which side can actually hold it? What does that have to do with anything? You're failing the lift. You're not doing it strategically. It's a UK bar. Maybe it's different. Wait, really? I thought that all bars had the rings at the same areas. Maybe it's not actually. Maybe the rings are different. I thought it was standardized to have the like the where the knurling ends or whatever. They're gaslighting you. Okay, based. You might have weak wrists. Usually narrow grip is easier on your wrists when bench pressing. Later in the video, it was wrist wraps. Wait, hold on. Wrist strength? You shouldn't be compensating on bench press for wrist strength if you're under 225. What are we talking about? I don't think at any point would you ever be factoring in your wrist strength and how you should be benching. Maybe once you get like to really high up, maybe that changes, but also, yeah, wait, why the fuck does he have straps on?
Today.
I have no fucking idea. Meme that explains the situation. Nice. He widened his grip here.
60 kilos flew, he'd already
Oh, it's a bit wider
destroyed his
than it was
previous
before,
world
sure.
max. 75 kilos was his goal. That was what was on the bar right now.
Not that much, actually.
He got it.
What a warrior. The joints should be stacked when pressing. His is too narrow of a grip and will put too much pressure on his ECU tendon. Wow. I don't know what the ECU tendon is, but okay. That was a lifter flare analysis. Do you think Moist would be willing to debate you about what he debated Sneeko about, or would he dodge you? I just don't think Moist has any desire to interact with me. I think I'm way too controversial for him. I don't think he would have any desire. Although I don't know why he interacts so friendly with Sneeko, but I don't know. Who knows? Chat link. Tom is talking about you. God, I could just dunk on Sneeko. Did you see Lex's latest tweet? Nope. Charlie had Andrew Tate on his podcast too. Wait, what? No shot. Shut the fuck up. In 2017? Oh. He's been edge maxing to gain muscles. That is true. If you edge every day, your testosterone increases exponentially. You can put on so much muscle because instead of the cum coming out of your dick, the cum goes to your muscles. And then you build cum muscles. Then every time you get a pump, your balls get huge, I think. The Lex Bridge destroyed? It might be. I'm not sure. Do you still work out regularly? I haven't been in the gym in like a year. I work my dick into your mom right now. I think usually if you're checking to see if somebody's roiding, there's all the, I feel like you've got like, there's the conventional wisdom of like, look for the, you look at their, not your delts, not your lats, your, I don't even remember what any of the muscles are called anymore. Your traps. Because these are super responsive to androgen. There's a lot of receptors there, so they grow a ton if you start roiding up. And then you can also have like pimples and stuff on your back, especially, I think. Or maybe it's all over your body. But you get like a lot of like pimples and stuff, and then obviously there's attitude and whatever. I think like on a broad thing, I think generally when it comes to people working out, you can either get big or you can get lean. So you can either gain a lot of muscle and then usually fat as well, or you can lose fat while either maintaining or slowly gaining muscle. So if you see anybody where they gain a fuck ton of muscle and they're still very lean and it happens in a short period of time, that's usually some indication of some kind of stuff is going on, with some exceptions. And then every retard in chat is going to start spamming beginner gains. Like every beginner can just become big and shredded very quickly. In 2 months, that's not the case. But you can gain a lot of strength and muscle pretty quickly as a beginner, but you're not going to look like shredded and big in 2 months. That's not happening unless you're literally like a genetic god. It's never going to happen. Or you're roiding. What do you think a natty progression would be for bench press? I feel like bench press is easier to progress than dumbbell press. Well, by definition, it's an easier lift because the bar is connecting them, so you don't have to worry about stabilizing the weight as much. But it really depends on per person. Like there are young guys that can start benching who can put up, I think, like probably like 225 without much difficulty with just like a couple months of lifting. But these tend to be like bigger guys, probably naturally quite a bit stronger. Other people might have trouble benching. I think when I first started benching, like when I first tried it like 15 years ago, I don't even know if I could bench like 55 pounds. I think like putting a 5 on each end was like my limit for that. So I don't know, everybody will start at different areas, and then people have like different, there's like different like cliffs that you fall off of. Some people might start weak but can grow really quickly. Other people might start pretty strong and can grow fairly quickly or not that much. It just, I mean, everybody's different. Don't you think somebody who is already relatively lean will just gain muscle while looking lean? I mean, you can gain a little bit, but I mean, typically for people that are gaining a lot of muscle, like if you want to get big, usually you have to eat quite a bit too. It's pretty hard to gain. I think it's hard to gain a lot of muscle when you are eating at maintenance, or if you're still eating below maintenance, which you shouldn't be, but. Bench progression is inflated from noobs getting better at form too. I mean, like kind of, but I mean, I feel like that's kind of also like I feel like that's genuine improvement as well. I think that counts. Like there's like the actual muscle itself grows. You've got your central nervous system adaptations, your CNS adaptations, so you're like recruiting more muscle fibers when you're moving. But also like form improving helps you move more too. But that's like a meaningful improvement, I think, in doing stuff. Like being able to pick up a box or being able to pick something up in real life without hurting yourself. That's like a valid increase in strength, I would say. I think that's fine. Isn't that just body recomp? You can build muscle while losing fat. I mean, for beginners, it's pretty easy, but I think once you get more advanced, it's pretty difficult. I think most people usually just recommend like bulk and cut cycles if you care or want to. Or if you don't care, this is like, you don't have to do any of that shit either, right? What was your max bench where you stopped? It was 165 by 5 by 3. But I also weighed like 175. I was a big fat fuck. Like 8 months ago, I think. The golden meme. Mauler, Black Panther. Let's see if I care about this. You can never watch Jubilee. They always copyright hit you. That's not right. Fuck, I don't know how he spells this name. Oh, this? Mauler, not Molar, sorry. Damn, 46 minutes.
Oh, fuck, let's get this over with. Black Panther opens with a neat animation explaining the history of Wakanda, the country that Black Panther protects. Apparently a meteor hit the continent of Africa, and said meteor was made entirely from vibranium. This pushed the people of Wakanda into the future far faster than any nation across the globe. One tribe took over another 4, and they essentially blocked themselves from the world as an isolated nation. Why the fuck would they stop at the arbitrary border of Wakanda back in the bloody Stone Age if they were advancing immeasurably faster than any other nation across the world? How didn't they just naturally spill over Africa as a continent and potentially the world?
Seems like a cinema sins. Is 175 really that fat at 5'8" while working out? 175 at 5'8" is pretty big. To justify that weight, you either need to have a lot of muscle or just accept that you're chunking a bit.
Built by nature of the tools they had. Early humans expanded excessively, and the Wakandans are already established as a people who are willing to dominate neighboring tribes. Are you telling me they stopped after they took fucking 4? Seriously? And no one managed to get the word out about Wakanda's resources across its entire history except Gollum? Are you telling me that across the vast history of Wakanda, no one on Earth found them before they got their cloaking device up, while they simultaneously had nobody leave and share the location of Wakanda? How the fuck are they a secret to the surrounding areas? Or hell, how are they a secret to the Earth-viewed Wakanda that is sitting right next to them in extreme poverty? Do they actually care about the people starving at their doorstep?
Okay. Last time, LOL. Right now, it seems people don't care about facts on the center/center right of the political spectrum regarding Trump. What can we do about this? I don't know. Focus on the facts. LeMayo, I'm 180 at 5'9". I ain't chunking. Well, you could also be American, in which case your definition of chunking is different than the rest of the world, so... Okay, Hassan has been mauling about losing the monopoly of Twitch poll.
Like, it's hilarious because we're talking about, like, Lolly. We're talking about Lolly, right? Like, and how unacceptable and inappropriate it is. Asmongold was talking about the Chris Ava Tyson situation. I don't know if he actually brought up Shadman, but he literally every day watches a Lolly VTuber describe all of the latest and greatest in the Gamergate world. So, like, how do you exist in this space where on the one hand you're like, man, this Lolly shit's weird and gross, okay? While you literally watch like a Lolly YouTuber, a Lolly VTuber on a daily basis.
Wait, who's the Lolly VTuber? Who is he talking about?
Shadman, but he literally every day watches a lolly V.
Rev says Desu. Okay. Are they like, I don't know. Okay.
Hassan does this a lot where like he'll exaggerate something where it's like somebody, like I've watched obviously videos of VTubers, right? I'm assuming he's probably talking about Rev, right? Because like people have typed that to me before that like Rev is like a lolly character. Yeah. And like he'll go and turn it from like, I've looked at Rev's videos before. Yeah, I like the videos. So I think that really, it depends on how you look at it. To me, I don't think that there's a problem with having an avatar of a character that looks younger. The problem is when it's being sexualized. In none of the videos that I've ever watched of Rev has he ever sexualized the avatar in any capacity at all. And if he did, I would say that's wrong. So it's not really hypocritical. Also, I didn't even talk about the Shadman stuff. I didn't even know who that was. So yeah, I mean, it's the same as like, and here's the thing, right? Is like Hassan had this happen kind of whenever he interviewed that pirate, where it was like the pirate, people found that pirate's like social media and the person was talking about like kill Jews and stuff like that. I know that Hassan doesn't support that. And just because Hassan has a person like this on his stream.
Does he? I don't know. I'm not actually sure about that one.
Social media and the person was talking about like kill Jews and stuff like that. I know that Hassan doesn't support that. And just because Hassan has a person like this on his stream doesn't necessarily mean that he approves and agrees with every single thing that that person says. So I think that's the case with me. It's the case with anybody else, right? Just because I watch somebody's YouTube videos doesn't mean I agree with their opinion about everything. So yeah. He does? Yeah, I don't know. But what's this here? Fez doesn't understand. No one's real. It's not. Yeah, I mean, that's really all it is. He knows what he's doing as well, so it isn't genuine. Well, I can see, obviously, like, I mean, I've been very outspoken. I've said that stuff is bad. But, like, that wasn't really the point. And I've been outspoken about that all the time. And also, like, if I see something like that, I think it's bad in general. Like, when have I ever said that it wasn't bad? Yeah, what do you mean? Keep defending Hassan? He wants the same energy for you? Well, I'm not really defending him. I'm saying that, like, this just doesn't make sense. It's like, just because I watch somebody's videos doesn't mean that I agree with everything they've said or done. That's crazy. And I know that, like, Hassan has been painted that way before himself. And everybody said that's ridiculous. So, like, how is this any different? So, yeah. It was on logic. Hassan watches Trump, so he's supporting Trump. Yeah, I mean, like, well, he's not agreeing with Trump. It's a little bit different, right? But in general, that's what I think. Like, I support a YouTuber with disgusting tastes. I don't know what somebody's tastes are as a YouTuber. Whenever I watch...
The lolly. I would have to see which... I don't even know which one Asmund watches.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. So today we're going to go over some updates regarding the
I wasn't expecting that.
Ava Chris Tyson situation. So 2 days ago, we left off on this apology shared with a narrative that is being those specific children like isolated it. Hope this helps. CP aficionado. So basically, they're running with the defense that they're like, my clients here, they can't be guilty because the picture is blurred.
Is there anything bad in these texts? Whose texts are these? Jesus Christ. Who to who is this? Please, can you come back and let me give you everything that I owe you, baby? You don't owe me, I owe you. Please, I don't want your fucking pussy. I just want to be happy. You can date other guys, I don't care. I just don't want you to be sad. Oh, these are my texts to Melina. Limeo. I'm just kidding. It's so cringe. What is this? This is what people think I text. I text Melina. We can be open, please. What is who are these people? Original tweet. This is extremely embarrassing to post, but this proves my ex was lying about the age of the guy she cheated on me with. This conversation was in 2022 for Coachella, and it speaks for itself. I have retained legal counsel and need to let the legal investigation complete itself first. For what? I don't know who any of these people are. And he posted it himself? I don't want you to be sad and upset. I want you to have a good life. I do care about you, baby. People can give you a place to live, but they can't give you a career. I can show you how to do that, babe. You only need to be with me for a year, and then that's it, and hopefully I can change things. Even if you don't want me to be with me earlier, you can go. I just want you to know that I always care and love you. I'm sorry about what I said. I just am sad that this is happening so close to the trip, but now I don't know how you feel. Please, I love you. I'd only want to make up for my mistakes. This is the only way I thought of, and now I'm not going to be able to. This is the girl accusing him of shit. All right, hold on. To clarify, I was 20 years old and my friend was 18. No, I did not rape him. Lex is trying to deflect from the actual evidence of him raping me and grooming me. Like I said, I will come back with a formal statement that contains all my evidence. The reason I didn't come out first was because Lex has been threatening me through my mother via text messages. He even texted her last month saying he was going to take legal action if I came forward. Visual confirmation that my ex has raped a 17-year-old minor when she was 21 and cheated on me as an adult. Signature and date. Man, we're posting diaries. I'm too lazy to try to even read this. Kill yourself. Oh my god. Love, please, what can I do? I just want to help you and make you feel happy and like how the relationship used to feel. How can I go back to that? I still want you to go to Coachella and enjoy yourself. I think it's all in your head that my friends hate you or something. But they really don't, baby. I love you. Please just say something to me. You're so important to me, and I want to make... I don't even want you. I don't like you anymore. You're just a guy who's like every other guy. What happened? No, I'm not, baby. I only want you. Yeah, you are, LOL. You just proved it. Lawrence was better. Jesus Christ. He was fucking 18, limb failure, 24, you're a grown man. Learn how to be one. Don't talk to me unless you're going to apologize. Trying to get a place for us like a man should and provide to be your best boy. I'm only apologizing. He showed me true love. Jesus Christ. These people both just seem insanely fucking toxic. Oh my god. You make me miss him. At this point, your words about me being a loser don't affect me. I'm just like, LOL, okay. I don't need your help. There are bazillion guys out there who make money. You're not special to me. You suck. Kill yourself. Fuck you. Jesus. These two are perfect for each other. It gets so much worse. Okay, my prediction is she still wants him. Or she wants to fuck with him. She's either still like into him and is mad that he fucked up and is trying to get back at him, but wants to be together with him, or she fucking hates him and is just like going savage. We'll see. I don't have any background info on this at all though, so it's hard to make a prediction. But my guess is going to be she still wants him. But we'll see. We'll see. Jesus. Or she really hates him and she's just like trying to fuck with him. Never mind. Now I'm leaning towards that. Maybe. This is the pic of the girl for reference. Okay. Okay. You only liked me because I wanted him. Why aren't we happily ever after? I don't care. I want you so bad. You did this to yourself, dumbass. I'm so sad. You call me crude shit. Baby, please no, I'm sorry. You're just a privileged white man. You don't even know it. White men will always be white men. You're not different from other white men. You're just a regular guy. Is Lawrence not white? Go choke a girl out or something. Yeah, you're just a straight white man who has the basic straight white man mentality. Like you barely started being comfortable with gay jokes that aren't harmful. You're in the same place you've been in since I met you. That's true, Lex. I am in the same place, but I am not the same person. You, on the other hand, how much have you changed? Because on the outside, you barely show any change. Even your mannerisms. You can't even open a door for anyone that's not you. How are you 24 and have no audacity? How is Lauren 17 opening doors for me? Oh my god. What the fuck? I open doors now. I'm sorry I didn't before. Lawrence wanted me like no one ever had before. He showed me interest from the moment I met him. I want you so bad. He gave me everything I wanted. This reads like they're both like 14. He told me straight up that he masturbated 5 times in a row to my Instagram pictures, and I fell in love with that attention because no one has ever given me that attention. Babe, I do that too. I just thought you think it's gross when I say that. He knew what I wanted without me saying it. Is this... Wait, now I feel like we're reading... Wait, are these two still dating? Am I participating in like a fantasy right now? Is that... That's why you don't know what I masturbate every photo you send me. Yeah, every one, multiple times religiously. You're so weak, can you just kill yourself? Like, actually, you're so fucking gross and retarded and stupid. You caused this. You're right. You've always been right. Lawrence was 17 and I posted him. I posted me kissing him. I didn't give a single fuck because it's only wrong if you have sex. And no one was having sex or posting sex. You're just making an excuse for being a shit boyfriend. Lawrence posted me too, even though I was 20. What does posted me mean? What does that mean? Like posted you, like a picture of you in your social media on Instagram? Okay. Lex tweeted out, I would like to also add that I'm dating someone my age currently, and we are planning to have a family. I have become a Christian and repented with this incident and hope I can spread Christianity regardless of my fault and errors. Christ saves. Okay. Lawrence and I had real convos. Interacting with you reminded me of how special he was, which sucks. Because I fucking hate him. Wait, does she hate Lawrence now? Why is he so special compared to me? He handled arguments better. He took care of me with words better. But it was a package. It was real teen love. Just two people in love. Everything we did was like a movie. That was us. And one day he told me that he tries to make his life seem like a movie. One day, Lawrence and I met up after having a really bad argument the night before, and when I showed up, he came out with a bouquet of flowers, and I showed up with a basket of goodies. We both just broke down in tears because we were just so sorry to each other. It was such a pure thing. This is not real. This is something... I feel like this must have been leaked intentionally. I think they're both getting off to this. I don't believe this. Oh, wait. But I'm only saying this shit because you fuckling sucked the life out of me. You made me miss him more whenever... What? Okay, hold on. We might just look at the Google Docs. This is fucking retarded. Like, why do they save their messages in Snapchat? Why do they do this? This, like, if it was... Unless it's a kink fetish thing. Maybe they just use span chat? What the fuck is span chat? You mean Snapchat, but they are used to saving it? Or it's not saved, it looks like the setting is on save for 24 hours. Oh. These aren't saved, they're not highlighted. Oh, okay, I don't fucking know. They dated for 5 years. How are you 20 with a porn addiction? How are you 21 with a porn addiction? I'm 21. I don't fucking get it, Limfeo. You're so weak and ugly. Holy shit, Limeo. I can't believe I liked you. LOL. You're not my type at all. Yeah, say it again. Don't talk to me unless you're just gonna say sorry. I'll tell you when it's enough sorries, you fat pig. This is absolutely... Now we just need him talking about how small his dick is or whatever compared to her beautiful ethnic boyfriend. You dumb fat swine. Is your porn addiction gone or are you hiding it? Because addictions are hard to get rid of and you haven't really made progress towards that goal. You... Oh, there it is. Thinking of how many times I begged you to stop following shitty accounts. Ew, why did I stay with you? You couldn't even see your dick past your tummy. Jesus. I'm sorry, I'm more in shape now. Does she have an OnlyFans? If she has an OnlyFans and she sells like humiliation stuff, then she absolutely... This is an advertisement. She probably paid him to post this. Can I do something to make my body more appealing? Skin yourself alive. Stop acting like a fucking saint. You fucked me the whole beginning of our relationship. I'm not acting like a saint. I am a sinner. I am sorry. I'm only here to repay my debt. You know, while we were here, Donald Trump's bodyguard messaged me on Instagram. The man who supplies his bodyguards offered to fly me to Vegas to be with him. So fuck you, and you're in the exact same place you've been in since I met you. What the fuck? It looks like she does do exclusive content. He drove down to San Diego to go on a date with me. He even called me mommy. At least I can be useful to you and give you money. I'm sorry, I have nothing else. Bro, this is absolutely some fetish shit. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. can't even make me come. You can't fuck right. I thought you told me I ate pussy good. I thought you liked my kisses. If you don't give me money, there's no point. Yes, then I kisses Lawrence. You don't move your lips right. The real question is, how much did he... Wait, from 241 to... Hold on. Oh no. From 241 to 340. Look, to 340. He bought 1 hour of Findom session. That's what this is. Findom cuck humiliation. 1 hour purchase. That's why they did so many messages in 6.5 minutes. He had to get his money's worth. That's what happened. Guaranteed. I was unable to post videos to my Google Docs. I'll be tweeting them here in this thread. What?
Fucking don't understand you. Don't understand you.
Ooh. Is this both of them or? Hi, this is my 1-part explanation. Bro, this, how many pages? I don't care. All right. I don't care about any of this. I don't care about this. Jesus Christ. He has 1.5 million YouTube subs. Well, he's found Jesus now, so.
He was very close to winning outright then and shutting down Trump. That the hard drive from hell stopped his momentum. Then the other thing is the way we blunted, the way we drove up Biden's negatives. The only thing that stopped the momentum was the hard drive from hell, right? And,
Yeah,
and two parts of that were Luda's editorial creativity over the pictures, and really the CCP involvement. That's what shocked the American people. Sleepy Joe, he never drove up Biden's negatives. It was only when we got the hard drive and got it to you that in the post. Yeah. If you look at here's where the Bidens fucked up. From the day the Post story came out, and then you started pumping out, we got you the stuff, and you started just dumping it out, and then the internet started picking up, and they suppressed it. Remember, the best thing that happened to us was Twitter and Facebook suppressing it, because
I don't know about the CCP or anything else, but this is so true, and it's so funny that like conservatives will deny this, but like The Twitter deciding to pause that story for a day was absolutely the best possible outcome for all of the Trumples or whatever. Absolutely.
Remember, the best thing that happened to us was Twitter and Facebook suppressing it, because then everybody wants to see it. Remember, we hammered this guy every day for 10 days with the worst pictures in the world, drug addict, taking money from CCP, from Chinese spies. No response. Nothing. And the negatives just keep going up, because people are sitting there going, I didn't know that about Joe Biden, but Joe Biden, not one person came out and said, those pictures are not true, right? Nobody came out and said anything you're saying is not true. Even the wildest allegations. When Trump got COVID, and when Trump had that first debate, within that 1 week period, Biden could have put him away. The campaign would have been over. Biden would have won with 500 electoral votes. But they didn't do it, and we were able to stop it. So now, I'm not saying Trump's going to win, but we have a fighting chance.
Former Bannon employee told Mother Jones that Bannon instructed him to get out all the sex pictures. Okay. I mean, there's not really any wrongdoing in here, right? It's kind of like underhanded tactics, I guess. But I mean, I don't think there's really anything. There's nothing criminal. I mean, it's a partisan media publication. What do you think? She was supposed about raising money for the woman who lost her job due to the libs of TikTok lady. Oh, no. Green room guy, BTFO'd. Oh. Oh, did he block me too? Oh no, he hasn't. Have you been watching anything lately? Nope. Do you think it's bullshit that the Olympics made fun of Christians at an international level but will never do the same against Muslims even though they deserve it more? I don't even know what they made fun of. I haven't followed any of the Olympics memes at all.
Need more people who, and we do not need more people who want to burn our flag. I watched yesterday and the day before, they're burning our American flag. And I said, I know they say it's unconstitutional. Well, make it not unconstitutional. You burn our American flag, you should get immediately mandatory 1 year in jail. Unbelievable.
Paste. This kind of stuff is what I mean also when I say that, like, if you describe fascism to conservatives but you just don't use the word fascism, most of them would be okay with it, or they'd clap and applaud. Yeah.
Bro, y'all didn't know this. Also, like, when you unplug something from your PC, it go like, doo-doo-doo, right? And then when you plug it back in, look. This is the Freemason shit. Listen, listen. You heard that? You heard what it said? Listen, listen. It said, Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg. You know who Mark Zuckerberg is? Do research. But look. No, you're not. Mark Zuckerberg. See? See? Look.
Story created a national firestorm.
I remember this stupid shit. Jesus Christ.
Desiree Jennings is the pretty ambassador for the Washington Redskins cheerleading squad who claims she developed a rare neurological disorder called dystonia after receiving a seasonal flu shot, causing dramatic spasms and slurred speech.
I just feel sideways, but nothing goes out too.
So you used to be able to go sideways?
Yeah.
Desiree and her husband told me they worried they'd never find a cure. But look at Desiree now. We found her walking normally, playing with her dogs, going shopping, even getting behind the wheel of a car and driving. Hard to believe the woman we've been discreetly observing over the last few weeks is the same woman we met during the height of the flu shot scare. So we wanted to ask her about her remarkable improvement.
We've been trying to reach you and you have not been returning our phone calls.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's going on? It looks like you've made a complete recovery.
Well, I don't want to say complete recovery. I still have a lot of cognitive.
And then she has like an Australian accent now for some reason. Jesus. Where are the you guys remember the COVID shot shaking people who were like, oh fuck, what was that one lady's name on the couch? COVID shot shaking legs. Oh. Wait. Oh, that guy looked like the one dude. John Campbell? How many of them look like this? Fuck, where's the lady on Twitter? The Pfizer shuffle. Oh, this.
All right, guys. So this is where we're at. Let me raise my legs.
I think there are more videos.
Just video it. There's no sense of holding me. It doesn't help.
So as you can see in this one, continue doing look at this.
I don't know what the fuck video we stumbled onto. 39 views, but
I mean, maybe if she rebranded her whole shtick into like
I don't know what. I have no idea what the fuck this video is. Yeah, but Jesus Christ, there were a few people that did this. Yeah, but it's fake. Why do people do this? Is it just for attention? Yeah, it's to push the narrative that like that the vaccines, like, this is one of the things conservatives said vaccines do to you. It like gives you these uncurable vaccine injuries and diseases and shit. Why are they pushing the narrative? What do they get? Where does the anti-vax narrative from conservatives come from? It's easy to get like thrown into all of the COVID stuff, right? COVID was fake or exaggerated. Lockdowns were unnecessary and authoritarian, and then the vaccine gets associated with all of it, so it just gets lumped in, I guess. Or it was just like disinfo amplified by foreign actors. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't come from any like real place. It's just trying to figure out like which fictional place does it originate from. Big Pharma hatred. I don't know if conservatives like ultra hated Big Pharma prior to COVID. I don't remember that. Why don't Trump will see that if you get rid of the right to burn the flag, you kill the right to criticize the country/government. Also, does Trump want to stop your right to a fair trial if you burn a flag? I mean, that's a stretch, but I mean, obviously we should be able to burn flags, I think, yeah. The fuck is this?
I'm surrounded by sycophants and fucking imbeciles.
It's just that you make a lot of really great points, sir.
Elon. Why did you link this video with 31 views? The Boys parody video. Sarkon, tier 4 sub, linked this. This is 31 views.
Just blow A-Train.
Why?
I'm not kidding. Go over there, pull out A-Train's cock, and blow it.
I don't. This is such a low view video. I don't know if some crazy shit's gonna be in here. Hold on.
Sex is just a spectrum. Wait, bro.
Get off your fucking face.
Why did you link? You get a 1-day ban for this. This is. You're making me feel like I have schizophrenia. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Palette cleanser meme.
Hey guys, I was just at the theater and I was thinking.
No,
at all. No,
stop
not
it.
at all. What are you
We
talking
saw
about?
the title of the video,
Yeah,
so just
yeah,
don't
do that.
I don't know what you're thinking, but
Not
just
at all.
stop it.
Yeah, that probably wasn't. I don't know what I was thinking.
This concept is not worth it. Just bail, dude.
Get out of there.
Just bail.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Okay. You don't think there's any way to salvage it? The whole concept?
No. No.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll do something else. We'll just reformat this whole thing. Do you think? Do people who watch the videos do they even see the titles?
It's the first thing you see. It's the first thing anyone sees. It's why they click it.
Like,
So
yeah, I shouldn't. I don't even know why I uploaded this. All right.
oh, thank God.
Okay.
Hard to understand. Why is it so hard to understand? When somebody else gets them right, it's not like a damn pie. Oh, somebody got a bigger piece of pie. I don't get it. Rights aren't that way. There's enough for everybody. There's enough for everybody to be included. Same thing with jobs. Same thing with housing. Same thing with health care. So, you saw it. We are not going to allow them to make the case. Yes, they're a threat, but we're not going to stay in their frame. We're not going to stay where they're at. We're not going to play their game. We called them out for the weird nonsense that they believe, and we presented a different argument to the American public. One where everybody matters. One where we can achieve. One where we solve problems. And what's so
Why would I link this? Why are you guys linking me such random shit? Governor Waltz on a trail stumping for Harris, posting a few of his remarks stuck out to me. Okay. You guys are making me feel schizophrenic. How do you feel about this Republicans are weird angle that Dems are picking up recently? I'm all here for it. Anybody that's attacking Republicans, I'm here for it. 100%. Someone sent him the crazy LSD cow video. I want to use the bathroom real quick. People don't die from peeing. House MD, 10-minute clip. Oh, shit. Do you watch Lyrical Lemonade? Nope.
Alex O'Connor, the cosmic skeptic, recently went on Jordan Peterson. I'm not gonna
Watch my debate review clip. We'll start at the right time, 2 minutes. You both missed that they were charged with insurrection in January 6th. You know what? You're right, actually. There's actually a really strong argument that I can lean into for that. And I guess for future debates, although like I said, that one was an exceptionally weird one. But it's two things. It's one, the highest court of review found that January 6th was an insurrection, which was the Colorado Supreme Court. And Supreme Court did not reject that characterization of January 6th. The second thing was there was a state, it might have been Michigan. I'd have to look up the case. I'll have it if it comes up in a future debate, where somebody actually was blocked from taking office because of the 14th Amendment. And they challenged that up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court didn't even hear the case. So that court's decision stood that, oh, J6 was an insurrection, you can be disqualified for it. And if you want to be technical, the Senate did actually feel like it was an insurrection as well. The only reason Trump didn't get convicted there is because they felt like you couldn't convict an ex-president. So I mean, like, technically, in all of the highest places of review, it was basically said to be an insurrection. Oh, it was New Mexico, yeah. So I mean, like, yeah. But also, like, again, Andrew's arguments were deeply unserious. So what is this?
I'm gonna play there's a bunch of stuff about religion and funny things that Jordan said and whatnot that happened there. But there is a little bit where Jordan talks to Alex about like a potential shift in the way that he's been approaching topics. And I think it's relevant to us. So just listen to this.
You mentioned just before we actually went on air that had you come to see me a couple of years ago, you might have been more inclined to, I'm putting words in your mouth to some degree, so correct me if I'm wrong, to strive for a victory or to make your point, something like that. And you alluded to the fact that your thinking around that has changed to some degree. I suspect that's probably a consequence of experience. So what's changed?
In part, it might have something to do with becoming a podcaster and speaking weekly to people. And you can't keep up that energy. Well, you can, but it becomes totally unwatchable. And nobody wants to engage in that all the time. I think there are times when it's worth doing. And to be clear, I still like to disagree.
How does SCOTUS let New Mexico use the 14th to disqualify someone and also say they can't do it for president? Because SCOTUS, in my opinion, kind of foolishly, they ruled in two ways. They said that Congress needs to pass legislation if they want the states to be able to enforce it, and they ruled that only the federal government, or it can only be enforced for federal purposes. That's how SCOTUS got rid of that case.
So essentially unapologetically and bluntly, and that can still come across as quite rude. But I think that the way that I would think about a conversation is that, well, what are we about to do here? A debate. We're about to debate an issue, and I'm going to try to win. And that's, and not even, I mean, maybe there's sort of an element of pride in there. You want to win for that sake, but also you really think, well, I want to win because I think I'm right about this, and if I don't, then I must have just not expressed myself properly. I think what I probably meant when I was saying that is that I would have had more of that cap on.
Wasn't that guy banned from state office? Did I misspeak, or did I not say what was in my brain? The federal government said that the states can't enforce it for like federal offices, but they can enforce it for themselves. So a state can't do it to ban somebody for running for Congress or running for president, but they could for like a state thing.
Then now, after having so many conversations with so many people and realizing that not only is it more constructive for myself, I've learned a lot more. And now I'm here like, hey, I might learn something today. That would be great. Even if I just learn something about what your worldview is, but also people listening, just unanimously.
How does that make any sense though? It doesn't, but I mean, that's
say that they prefer it.
The last point being quite important. In the positive interpretation there, he's talking about not approaching things like a debate pro, like being willing to hear, there is value to hearing even people you strongly disagree with what their perspective is. And you can challenge people without being obnoxious and whatnot. But there's also the notion that being indulgent, seeking out to avoid saying things too harshly, increases your audience, gets you to speak to people. And
take the point of view of being a seeker of new information, a bit like the sense makers who don't criticize each other's points of view, but rather they seek to find that.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. Now you mind fucked me. You're absolutely right. Destiny, I always thought that these two voices should be swapped. You're absolutely correct.
Little bit that they can take and then integrate and then build on. It's very touchy-feely, nice sounding stuff, but what it means, doesn't it, in practice, is that all of the figures circulating in the conversational sphere are always basically clapping each other on the back and nodding their heads about how wise and interesting and fascinating everyone else is.
Yeah, and I will say that actually I think in this conversation with Jordan, Alex Roller deftly manages Jordan's ego and still raises points of criticism and, you know, occasionally highlights flaws in his logic. It's quite well done. So this might be an illustration of the approach that he's talking about bearing fruit. But on the other hand, I saw Alex talk with Jonathan Pajot, and they discussed symbolic, sense-makery, religious symbolism, interpretations and stuff. And then were impressed that they were able to have, you know, an insightful conversation despite him being an atheist and Pajot being a, you know, a symbolic religious person. And I was like, yeah, but that isn't that impressive.
Yeah, like you're not doing anyone a service, are you? By, like, if you went and spoke to Jonathan Pajot and you eliminated the 95% of stuff, which you were completely whatever, and you found something that you could agree on together, then are you doing anyone a service with that? I don't think so.
I think the thing that some people see it as a service is you're humanizing the other person, right? Because you're showing that you can communicate across like an atheist and a Christian. But like, again, perhaps this is naive of me, but I'm like, of course you can. Like, I had various attempts or offers mainly from like the Rebel Wisdom people who wanted me to talk to Pajot. And I was fine. I said, you know, I'll talk to Pajot, but I'm going to say the same things that I would say in another, like I'll raise the points of criticism I have with him, which are about the conspiracy promotion.
You want a discussion with these right-wingers again? Do you think they would be willing to have one with you after this point in your career? No, actually. I don't think most of them will. I have a clear concept now, I think, of the civility thing. I have a clearer concept of what it means. After seeing... I shouldn't say that my bridge with legs is burned. Maybe it's not, but we'll see. It wouldn't surprise me if it was, but we'll see. But in seeing all of the other ones that went up so quickly and to see how the behavior changed, I think I understand what's happened. So I think you have these... I think you have like what do we say? Let's call it we'll call it a spectrum of acceptable political beliefs. So these are the political beliefs. Wait, I haven't written this down anywhere, but we'll say this. Inside the green are our acceptable political beliefs, okay? These are the things that we believe. These are the things that we want our audience to believe, okay? Yeah. Then there's a tiny bit of wiggle room outside where we can hear somebody with a different opinion, all right? And then outside of that, we have no go. We don't talk to people that have opinions like this. What's actually happening when somebody says, wow, I'm so happy that we've had a civil conversation, is if you've got people that represent this part of the political spectrum, like let's say that this person right here is Tim Pool, and these are the ideas, right? So we'll say this green thing is like the anti-establishment thought that you're allowed to give, basically, and still be considered like part of this group of people, right? If this line here is Tim Pool, then he will happily chat with people who will express opinions through here and then say, wow, we're having such good civil conversations. Wow, this is fine. This is cool. Oh my God, this is cool. We've got great conversations. But then as soon as it touches like here, now it's unacceptable. This can never, ever, ever happen. The crossing from like the red into the green can never, ever be the case. There's a manner of dealing with these people, or a manner of expressing certain things where it has to be done in a way that's not too challenging, that doesn't push back that much, that keeps it in this kind of like comfortable orange thing where you've got kind of like this fake pushback. But as soon as you start providing like real pushback or more hardcore pushback or more substantive pushback, I think it hits an area where you no longer can, like once it touches here, then everything becomes untenable. I think this, because I'm trying to figure out, if I think of like Tim Pool, this is a guy that I've had, 3, 4, 5 shows with? I don't know. How many times have I been on Tim Pool? Maybe only 2 or 3 or 4 times? I don't remember. I've been on a show a few times, and he said very positive things about me a lot, right? I think we've probably watched him say positive things about me on his show probably 5+ times. He's mentioned me quite a few times, usually very favorably. But it's because I always inhabited this zone here of like, well, he pushes, but not that much, okay? There's not that much pushback. It's just he's in the chill zone here. So he's like a little bit different, but that's okay. But then as soon as you dip into here, there's not like a gradual overturning of the, okay, well, I'm not too sure about this guy anymore. I don't know about this. But it's like, he's a cuck who's divorced. Fuck this guy, right? Because you've gone into you're challenging them a little bit too much, I think. Yeah, I feel like that's what's happened. So I think for some people, like, so for Peterson, for Poole, for any of the prior like centristy people that I was friends with, I think now because I want to lean a little bit more hard into this stuff, and I'm not going to let people just say like, oh no, it's all the same memes and it's okay, we can just like blah blah blah. I don't think any of them will ever want to talk with me because now it's too much confrontation, it's too much of a challenge for their idea, and everything that they've built on their shows is all about fake challenging, right? It's about bringing on a guy who's like, oh, here's Brett Weinstein, he's a liberal and he believes that the vaccines are fake. Here's Jordan Peterson, he's a liberal, like he's not even conservative, and he probably goes conservative now, but it's all those people that are willing to play in this orange zone where you kind of push back, but not that much, so you can still have these people maintain their ideological purity, but then they can claim that, oh no, look, we do talk to people who disagree with us, but it's only the people that are like very, very, very closely, or at least allow them to maintain like one foot in this world the entire time, I think. I think that's my understanding of it. With a bunch of people debating semantics with you, what's your reasonable threshold beyond which you would decide whether or not the other person would concede? Well, depending on the person, they'll never concede. Like Andrew Wilson would never, ever, ever concede, right? Did they ever tell you what you could say on their shows? Wasn't Tim more upset about your tone when he lost it than your arguments, or did I miss something? No, they'll never say it, but like it'll be pretty... I mean, once you go too far, I think it's pretty obvious you've overstepped. Does that mean you would only ever go into a centrist space again in combat mode and not engage diplomatically? I mean, I'll engage diplomatically, but it's going to be way more aggressive than it was before. Like, it probably won't be quite as aggressive as the cat conversation, but it's never going to be as friendly as it was before. And I'm going to want to know topics ahead of time because a lot of people just flat out lie. Like Tim is probably one of the biggest liars, I think, in that does like the social media stuff. Right, like that Sweden video, that whole thing is just a fucking lie. The whole video is a lie. I'm surprised that he even posted it. But I guess all of his fans just slurp it up without being critical of the thought either. Or like when we argued about who was the one guy? Was it Arbery? Who's the guy that got ran down by the truck? And Tim was like, this guy was 23 miles away from his home, and I think he was actually like within a mile or something stupid. Yeah, like. Is your debate with Knowles ever going to see the light of day? It wouldn't surprise me if the Daily Wire told him to axe it because I was so controversial after, but we'll see. It's not even like a hardcore debate, though. I don't think I decided to go ultra hardcore until after. Do you think that Tim Pool exaggerates the prospect of getting a strike from YouTube by having you on his show? It sounds like he's trying to hold on to the more high ground. No. Tim's not exaggerating that. Tim is completely and utterly fabricating it. It just doesn't make any sense, right? The fact that Tim is saying that he's worried that I would get his show banned on YouTube when he's talking about things that I've said on my channel on YouTube doesn't make any sense at all, right? What? Do you think that I'm going to go and get, like, you understand, like, I could get banned for that, right? Like, why would I ever do that? It's just, yeah.
And the Christian nationalism and that kind of stuff, and various things that he'd said about Alex Jones and whatever. And he didn't like that. Right? Like, so that never happened. And I could also tell that the people trying to arrange that, you know, David Fuller and stuff, they want.
Not that I actually care, because they were typically asked, but does that mean no more Minds events? Maybe not. But I'll probably talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. I'll chat about that tomorrow. We'll see.
To be like, but you don't have to focus on that, right? Like, you could have a conversation about, you know, you've studied ritual and religion, and he has an interest. So, like, aren't you interested in that? And like, well, I know I could have a conversation about ritual. I don't think I'd agree with his take on ritual either, but like, yes, I could do that. But I'm not criticizing him for whatever his symbolic interpretation of ritual is. My criticism is about, you know, rather specific things. So it's, yeah, with Alex and other people, that they recognize that there are costs to engaging combatively and in debate bro type, but they don't seem to weigh up that there are costs to being indulgent and less confrontational as well. And it's not monetary costs, because to be clear, that approach is paying dividends with audience growth and, you know, high profile interviews. But it is a cost nonetheless, and potentially in the level of how harsh your criticism is towards people like Jordan Peterson, who, you know, like the Destiny interview revealed, unhinged conspiracy theorist, absolute loon. And yes, he can also talk in a more engaging way about symbolism and religion. Yes, he can. But you're ignoring a big part of the reason that, like, he would receive criticism and people would, you know, be concerned about, not addressing those kind of things.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of aspects to this. Firstly, it's an appealing meme, because, like, America famously has been very much aware that, you know, it's so terrible because it's impossible that, you know, people from different factions, different political points of view are unable to sort of seemingly have a productive...
A snake dinner.
Yeah, that's right. A productive discussion and demonizing...
Was your goal to convert the hosts of these century shows? Isn't that the point to reach out the audience more? No, the point is to reach out the audience more and slowly bring them over, which I think is possible. But the issue is that all of these shows are running so far away factually that the little poll isn't enough for me anymore. That, like, if they were all kind of inhabiting the same kind of area, just unfactually or whatever, then maybe it would be okay. But, like, every single new thing is just a total delusional, like, crazy. I don't know if it's like foreign, like, funded or what. It's too much now. It's way too much. It's way too much.
Each other and making each other out to be just the absolute worst kind of people. And, you know, there's obviously truth to that. So I think people are very receptive to the sort of meme of, isn't it amazing that you and I are able to sit down and have this conversation together? But sort of that avoids the fact that the reason you are able to sit down and have this very nice conversation with John is you've avoided all of the difficult and meaningful differences in your opinion. But it works for everyone because it
What's your conviction level on the Tim Pool likes just being straight up grifters? Now that they made clear they would only have you on as long as you stop with them. I'd never actually seen that Sweden video before. That video was intentionally cut to be dishonest, 100%. Like, you should know, even without any evidence or any experience, like putting together videos like that or filming or going anywhere else, you can just ask a few basic questions and tell that, like, this is quite obviously, like, dishonestly cut, dishonestly edited. It's like a Project Veritas type video. Like, and anytime somebody's doing something like that, then you know they're intentionally engaging in dishonest information.
It feels nice and it sounds good to have these disparate characters interacting with each other, and it works very much for the figures themselves, because it's always helpful for you in terms of your audience to sort of, you know, bridge a gap. And like, when they get together, they're often sharing their audiences, right? There's a bit of a give and a bit of take, and when you take a more, I think, honest kind of line, then you kind of lose that opportunity, and you may even lose part of your audience by kind of defining off and saying, no, I don't like this. And so maybe most of your audience, like 80% of your audience, doesn't like it either, but you lose that 20%. So there's really nothing to gain from the point of view of an influencer in being straightforward and perhaps a little bit competitive, but there's a lot to gain in, you know, building those bridges with each other.
Yeah, you can, you know, like Destiny or whatever, there is also gains to being the punchy debate person, right? Like, you can build a profile on that as well, but it's a more lonely path. I think it's
yeah, and it is, like, the flip side of that is sometimes by having these contrived beefs, right, both of you benefit. You can build up a drama right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you can also build up audiences via the touchy feeling. But it's such a depressing state of affairs when there's those two alternatives, which is a hyperbolic, emotional kind of, I can't believe you know, like this is idiot. Like the drama between Destiny and what's his name?
Vulture Hassan.
Vulture Hassan. You know, like they're all benefiting. Like Hassan and Destiny benefit from that stoush that they're
as he described to us, you know, that Batman needs his.
I would actually super disagree with that. I don't think that those are beneficial beefs. I think they're actually detrimental for both of us. Those are a lot of the beefs that occur online are pretty real. People's feelings are very sensitive and very on like display. It's not usually faked shit. Like Hassan and I would both benefit greatly by interacting with each other, but we don't because he's legitimately so threatened and his feelings are so hurt. So it's not actually beneficial at all to either of us.
Joker. Now, which one is Batman and which one is Joker? Exactly. You get debate about, but that's you know, that does make for like content for both of them, and they know that. Yeah.
Oh
well,
it's
there
a
we go,
depressing
Matt.
state of affairs. It's all bad.
I know.
Okay. We're gonna do connections, then we're doing boring writing. Okay. I need to finish this shit.
Cool too. Trumpites. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm seeing people like Vivek Ramaswamy and others say, if you don't vote for Trump, you're not a real man. Does a real man use his own supporters as battering rams against the United States government, and then when it fails, frees his circle of goons like Flynn and Bannon, but leaves his MAGA-ite supporters, his Trumpite supporters who storm the Capitol, he leaves them in prison?
Yeah, I don't understand. That's a question that I'm going to have in all my future debates about the, why didn't you pardon the, I think I put that in one of the 4 pillars. Why didn't Trump pardon the, all the people on January 6th? Yeah, why didn't you pardon those on J6? I think that's I'm curious how a conservative would answer that. Is your slurping X's cock boogers a good insult? I don't even know what the fuck that means, but okay. X like the platform, or X like XQC, or link this guy's channel. There you go. This guy watches you. You've been on a panel with him. Okay. Lex Friedman is the type of dude to find a dude who finds a cure for cancer and makes a 4 podcast about it. I don't even know what that means. Was that a bot dono? Okay. Butterfly, Tuxedo, Peacock, Nerve, Beethoven, Spine, Willy, Jacket, Cornucopia, Kaleidoscope, Tortoise Shell, Jitter, Calico, Cover, Tabby, Page. Jesus Christ. Things that are super colorful, like a cornucopia of, like a basket of fruit or flower. Doesn't cornucopia mean? Couldn't it be like and then kaleidoscope, peacock? All right, we're guessing on this one. And then I don't even know what calico means. But a butterfly? There's no shot. It's gonna be one away, and I'm not even gonna know how. Oh, fuck. Are we still 1 away? A jitter, Jack and Fuck. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I fucked myself. I fucked myself. I did. I deserve to fuck myself. All right. Well, what else do we have? Things that go on other things, like a tuxedo, a cover, a jacket, and a tortoise shell. The outer layer of things. Tuxedo is on the outside of you. Fuck it. Fuck. Not even close. Okay, what about a book? A book cover, the book jacket, page, and a spine. These are all parts of a book, right? The spine, I think you can call the outer sleeve a jacket, and then you've got like a cover and a page. Okay, parts of a book. Okay. We're back in it. We're back in it. I don't even know what a tabby is. Isn't that a kind of cat? A willy? Is that like a dick? There's no shot. I get this. We're fucked, boys. It's all over. We know that these three went together, right? Cornucopia, kaleidoscope. And then I guessed, what did I guess? I guessed tuxedo and butterfly? I have no fucking idea. I'm never getting this. Calico, I don't know what the fuck a calico is. I don't know how the fuck. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck me. Already guessed. I guessed these four exactly? Oh, okay. Well, fuck me. What was the other thing I guessed? Tuxedo? No, I didn't even. Fuck me. I don't even know what. Cat coat patterns. Okay. Calico is a cat coat pattern. And tuxedo is? And tortoiseshell is? Okay. And then nervousness in the singular. Butterflies, jitters, nerves, willies. His willies? Okay. And then starting with vegetable. Beet, corn, kale, and pea. Okay. I don't even know how you spell the is it a beet? Oh, it is E. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, strands. Daily delivery. I don't like this game. Like, I feel like it's just finding the other words. Rape, that's a word. Bile is a word. Wow. Globe. Rolled? Delar? The fuck is this? Herald. Wow. What about news? Really? Is noob a word? No. Pets. Oh, journal. Journal. Biopic. Oh my god. What? No shot. That wasn't a real thing. Okay. Jesus. Pans. No. Oh. Oh, times. Good one. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. We did tire already, right? Did we do bile? Did we do Clertus? No, fuck. Oh my god. News. Okay, what about this? It's got to be something. News. Oh my god, newspaper. Boom. Spangram. We found the spangram, guys. We found the spangram. Tire. This. Oh, tier. Yeah, that's a word too. This is not. Okay. Two more words with all these letters? How is that possible? Choracle. That sounds like a word. Oracle. That's not even spelled right. It's with an A, isn't it? Right? Yeah. Fuck. Fuck. What the fuck is this stupid fucking word? Two of them. Tibbler. The fuck am I looking for? Oh my god. These are not real words. It has to use these letters down here. Fuck me. Wow, I should just see it. It should just pop out at me. Oh my god. Oh, hint. Thank God. Get me the fuck out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. Oh, Tribune. Kill me, fam. And then this is probably Chronicle somehow. Fuck this game. Okay. We're almost done with the AG section. Then we can just do the day of. And then we'll be fucking done with this. Please. Okay, so in the middle of this call, where he's ranting about election issues, he mentions the special counsel, he mentions the explosion in Tennessee, he mentions the FBI, allegations that the FBI doesn't like him, and he mentions Hunter Biden, all of that.
Real quick.
Hi, what's up?
I'm going to need you to disavow something.
Probably not, but what?
I need you to disavow your take that it was justified to burn down that police station in Minneapolis. Disavow.
I would need more facts of the...
No. It's not okay to burn down police station. I need you to say it.
I don't think I would ever make a blanket statement like that. I would absolutely need more information on that thing.
They burned it down, Stephen. It was the Boogaloo Boys. They had a Molotov cocktail. They were trying to start a civil war. They went to Minneapolis and they were trying to start something off. It was an insurrection, and they threw it at the police station.
Did I support this?
You said that it could be okay to attack public buildings, just not private, in the context of Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, I stand by that comment. But I don't think I'm defending a particular attack.
To attack them with fire?
In the case, if there's a case of rioting, if you feel like some shit has been fucked and you're public bullshit or whatever, if there's like corrupt cops or some crazy lynching or some bullshit and you want to riot against like public property, then that it might be justifiable. I'm pretty sure that was my argument back then. Yeah. But I don't think I defended it. Oh, okay. I don't remember ever defending the Boogaloo Boys. I don't. Okay. So in the middle of this call where he's ranting about election issues, he mentions the special counsel, he mentions the explosion in Tennessee, he mentions the FBI, allegations that the FBI doesn't like him, and he mentions Hunter Biden, all of that. Yes. Just are part of the tangents that you referred, or that you referenced in terms of his manner of speaking, correct?
Sorry. Something happened with my internet. My bad.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Just real quick, I just want to make sure I understand. So would you agree that burning of the police station in Minneapolis was an insurrection as to a state thing?
No, I think I would have to have more information about.
I'll give you the information and assume that my facts are correct. Is that okay?
Sure.
There were more than one people there. There was an assemblage.
Mm-hmm.
The people there who burned down the station, one of them was the Boogaloo Boy who handed it to another one of his friends to throw it at the police station. So they were using force, correct?
Uh-huh.
It was to resist the laws pertaining to. Sorry, I have to explain the public purpose. The public purpose was to start a civil war. Agreed, that's the public purpose.
Not as laid out in that paper, but okay.
You don't agree that it's a public purpose as laid out in the paper to start a civil war?
No, I think the public purpose means that the grievance that they're fighting against has to be one of a public nature. So, for instance, it can't be rioting against.
They're right wing. They want to start a civil war to replace the government and to have a new sort of to accelerationism.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Assume that that's the case. Assume that those facts.
Sure.
If that were the case and that was their public purpose, and they're resisting the laws with respect to the establishment of the government in Minneapolis, or to the extent that they want to start a broader civil war, they're resisting the laws of the United States under the Constitution, which gives to the particular individuals of the various states authority to control those places.
I mean, if all of that is like pretty, if there's like a fact pattern that matches that, then I'd probably say, yeah, it is by definition. Yeah. That would probably even be more. That'd almost be a rebellion at that point, but.
Yeah. So wouldn't that would be bad, right?
Well, obviously it would be bad. Yeah.
What if it were the same exact fact patterns, but it was for BLM?
I mean, if it was the same exact fact pattern, it would still be bad and it would still be an insurrection. You just swap the nouns, right?
Yeah. So now they want a civil war, accelerationism for the purpose of having BLM friendly people there.
Assuming I would imagine it would be, yeah.
So still an insurrection, still bad, right?
Yeah, I would think most insurrections are bad, yeah.
Okay. Hey, man. Hope you're well.
Hope you're well, too. I'm guessing he's saying that the fact pattern matches what some police station being burned down in Minneapolis, maybe? I have no idea. I don't know if I ever looked at any in particular riot or attack. Okay, where were we? Yes, these are just part of the tangents that you referenced in terms of his manner of speaking. Correct? And in response to you or Mr. Rosen, to any of those specific. So throughout this, the president obviously does the great majority of the talking, but throughout this, both DAG Rosen and I are just trying to respond very specifically to what he's saying and saying things like, okay, that's fine, sir. This thing about Pennsylvania having more votes than ballots actually cast, we can look at that. We'll figure that out. You know, as far as some of this other stuff we were saying, we're aware of it, we've looked at it, we've got it, or there's nothing there. I can't remember if we were at this point. I think we were at this point in Georgia to be able to say that we had looked at that and did not believe that to be the case. question. Yeah, that's the next section of your notes where you say Georgia legislature, or he talks about the Georgia legislature. Can you pick up from there? Right. So it says Georgia legislature is on our side. They want to bring a case, but the governor won't let them, meaning they want to file some sort of civil case. The governor won't let them. He then goes back to the statistics. He says, statistically impossible for me to lose. Bookies had me at 100% on election night. It dropped to 32% in 45 hours. It's never happened before. So now this is an example of DAG Rosen responding, and he essentially said, we'll look at whether we have more ballots in Pennsylvania than registered voters. Should be able to check that out quickly, but understand that the DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election. It doesn't work that way. So DAG Rosen directly says, we cannot snap our fingers and change the outcome of the election. It doesn't work that way. Clear pushback to the president looking for some sort of Department of Justice finger snap to delay the results of the election. Yes, that's what he said, and he was to some extent pushing back and, yeah, trying to make the president understand the department's role. Yeah, so what the president says in response to that pushback from Mr. Rosen, he says, I don't expect you to do that. Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman. Tell me more about that. What did you mean? What did you interpret that to mean? So I put it in quotes. That's an exact quote from the president. I took that to mean that he and his campaign, I suppose, were going to be pursuing a political effort on the Hill to challenge the Electoral College votes. And we knew that was the case already. There was already public reporting on this, so I think the president and some of his supporters were talking about challenging Electoral College votes when they made it to the Senate. And so that didn't surprise me that he had this avenue that he intended to pursue with what he called the Republican congressman. Jesus. Genuine question. If there was widespread voter fraud, would that 180 your position on January 6th? No, it would still be an insurrection. It would just be justified, right? But at this point, I don't believe there will ever be, I'm very confident that there will never be evidence of widespread voter fraud. Like 98% confident. Wait, exclamation mark, quote, minus. This is, what's his name? Something Donahue? What's Donahue's first name? Richard. What a horrible to spell name. Christ. Why have you left the 2%? I don't know. I guess there's always a chance that some crazy shit could come out. So a justified insurrection should bar someone from holding public office? Congress can always pass a remedy and say, well, no, we'll still allow this person to hold office, which is what they did after the Civil War. So there's remedies. You need to bring this up more. I didn't realize that these quotes exist.
People always say that Donald Trump was respected when he was president.
Really? Even if I'm tapped out? Like not even in the same thing?
And funny enough, Donald Trump is one of
how does it even
the
know?
only presidents where the majority of his cabinet, his hand-selected cabinet, are not endorsing him. 40 of Donald Trump's 44 cabinet members are not endorsing him.
Wait, oh my God. It's young Raynad. Aww.
For a second presidential run. And some of the
I don't know if that number is true. That sounds like a really, really high number.
quotes from these people who work next to Trump every single day, who believed in the in the America First movement, striking, unbelievable. I'm going to read like 3 or 4. You ready? John Kelly, Donald Trump's former chief of staff, quote, he's a person who admires autocrats and murderous dictators, has nothing but contempt for our democratic institutions, our Constitution, and the rule of law. Alyssa Griffin, Donald Trump's former White House comms director, quote, fundamentally, a second Trump term could mean the end of American democracy as we know it, and I don't say that lightly. Mark Esper, Donald Trump's former defense secretary, quote, there's no way I'll vote for Trump, but every day that Trump does something crazy, the door to voting for Biden opens a little bit more. That's where I'm at, quote, a threat to democracy. Sarah Matthews, a former Trump aide, quote, the American people should listen to what these folks are saying because it should be alarming that the people that Trump hired to work for him a first term are saying he's unfit to serve for a second term. Quote, these are folks who saw him up close and personal and saw his leadership style. I didn't even talk about Mike Pence, his vice president, who said he's not going to vote for someone who puts himself over the Constitution. I didn't talk about General Milley, somebody who said Donald Trump had no concept of foreign policy. He was terrified to serve under him. I didn't talk about John Bolton, somebody who is not a Democrat and says that for the first time ever, he was actually scared to let Donald Trump alone in a room with allies and adversaries because he was scared he'd give up classified information on accident. There's like 40 more fucking quotes. That's great. That's crazy. People always say that Donald Trump was respected when he was president of the United States. And funny enough, Donald Trump is one of the only presidents.
That's crazy. Destiny, please. What? Oh, I've gotten tons of offers for the fish tank stuff. I have no desire. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. Or I'm not interested at all. Why is this format so ugly? All of that, yes. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Do we have a disagreeer? Film Flim Flam, what's up? You're up.
Hey man, well, I was chatting and you were talking about the your like threshold thing, and I had said, hey, at Destiny, I think I have something I thought of that's like that, and some guy told me to come in here and talk to you about it. So
Appreciate what you do. Thank you, Lord Blue. Okay, what about it?
yeah, so a while ago I had thought of this concept that I called the social threshold theory. Basically, it's kind of like originally it started off as something like having to do with like morals and how to determine like a subjective sense of morals. But it kind of evolved into an explanation or not even an explanation, just like a idea that connected to a lot of different things. So it was kind of like your social or the thing you had thought of with the green line, orange line, red line. But basically, on yours, I thought the orange line should have been bigger and the green line would be a lot smaller. Basically, I think that people kind of have on anything. I diluted it more down to like specific ideas, individual ideas. So take any idea X, and for that, people will have what they think the thing about that should be, and then we'll have like some range of a threshold on either side of that. So if you take like X, and then it would be like one side would be always X, and the other side would be never X, whatever that would be. Murder is always wrong, murder is never wrong. The whole idea would be something like, well, within that, people have this threshold that even though they believe this specific thing, there's a threshold on either side of that people that they don't particularly believe, but they're like okay if other people believe it. And then outside of that is this is kind of the same thing you had talked about, where outside of that is this complete unacceptance of the idea itself.
Okay. What am I supposed to do with this, or what do you want me to say about this?
I don't know, man. I was just listening. Some guy told me to come in and tell you on the Disagree channel. I don't know.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming in and talking to me about it.
I mean, well, okay, sorry, yeah. I have one other thing that I actually do disagree with you on, but if
Okay.
if you're busy, you can.
No, I'm
whatever.
not. Go for it. What is it?
So I guess it's probably more with Pisco, but the Second Amendment thing, as far as the founders being, sorry, I don't know all the lawyer terms, but with the 14th Amendment, I believe it was called, what was it, like enjoinment or something, or like where they were basically saying, or I guess they didn't get it from the 14th Amendment, but from what I understand, it was like implied from the 14th Amendment, where like all these things that were originally applied at a federal level were actually applied to the individual level. Is that kind of the understanding?
Incorporation, I think. Yeah. Incorporation,
yeah. I've been looking into that a bit, just trying to understand it better. I'm having a difficult time understanding, but it sounds like, I don't know. It's a weird thing. It sounds like, because it does sound like the founders seem to almost, disregard the idea of the states being, or the people within the individual states being subject to these federal rights. But then at the same time, that seems really weird. And I guess I maybe disagree with the founders in this case, but it sounds like theoretically you could have, so you have the rights of the nation that the people are afforded, but then within a state, you could basically have a complete monarchy or like a fascist dictatorship, that if the states could go through and make these laws that are like, yep, we literally don't allow our people to have any single one of the laws that anything of any of the rights that's laid out in the Constitution, and that the founding fathers seemingly would have been okay with that under this idea that, or I guess it's this federalist idea, which is just, I don't know if that sounds really weird though.
I'm treading on unbelievably thin ice right now, but
me too.
I think that then it's the blind leading the blind. I think that the fear at the time of the formation of the federal government wasn't the infringement on the rights of the people; it was the infringement on the rights of the states from the federal government. That I think that's what the Bill of Rights and everything was aimed at, was to protect the states' rights and to decentralize power from the federal government. That's why it says that if a power isn't expressly granted to the federal government, it's left to the states. I believe that's, I think that's what they were worried about. So the idea that a state would have made itself that way, I don't think people conceived of that being the case. But then equal protections from the 14th Amendment would have prevented that anyway, eventually. But yeah, states had their own constitutions and everything already, right?
No, yeah, I mean, for sure. And I've even read some things that were basically like, the founders basically thought that because the states were managing a smaller group of people and it was, more personal or something like that, that basically it would be easier for the individuals to, seemingly rise up and overthrow, or if it didn't get to that point, at least, I don't know, stop them from doing these whatever fucked up things, or the tyrannical things. I don't know, though. It just seems really weird that the founders would have said something like, I don't know, oh, yeah, we have these rights that we consider unalienable and God-given, ignoring God, and that they didn't find to black people. But we have these inalienable human rights that everybody gets no matter what, given from the Almighty, unless your state disagrees, and then you don't get them. I don't know. To me, it just seemed like a really, almost what's weird to me about it is I've always kind of looked at the founders with some amount of reverence, and having done a lot of work towards creating the Constitution, and then being almost like a lapse or missing that.
Well, they added amendments pretty shortly thereafter to patch some of it, right?
Wasn't the 14th Amendment in 1860 something?
Yeah, it would have been after the Civil War, right?
But so I mean that
1868. Yeah, that was a while later. I'm
like
not
100
going to be able to tell you like.
No, yeah, I know. It's so then I guess one follow-up question, and you can kick me out or whatever. When you think of that, how do you? I mean, do you like have? I hate saying reverence because it's not even reverence. Like, do you have like a reverence for the founders and the idea that they created, or do you just because then I heard you say to Pisco like, oh yeah, no, I pretty much don't give a shit. I like guns. Guns are cool, which is based. I have the same take, but then it's like. Do you just then be like, oh yeah, I don't give a shit about the document itself or what they thought of in the beginning or anything like that? I just like how do you like, I don't know, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, how do you reconcile that take with the idea that, like this founding document didn't actually say that people should have the right to bear arms? Like, if the founders had intended it to say that, they would have said that. But it doesn't seem like they did say that because they actually meant it as a state's right to allow the states to create a militia rather than the individual right to bear arms. And then the 14th Amendment retroactively made that the case for everyone. I don't know. Do you reconcile
Hold on,
that at all,
I don't know
or-
what what am I reconciling? Or what do you, I don't know exactly what you're asking me. Or what do you?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time explaining it, and I'm doing a poor job. So basically, the Founding Fathers didn't say everyone has a right to bear arms or freedom of speech or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But those are things, I'm assuming that you believe that people do have the right to bear arms. People do have freedom of speech. There shouldn't be a state-sponsored religion, even at a state level, which the founders did believe that the states had the right to do. Do you see, or do you even see a type of reconciliation that needs to happen there? Or do you like view the founders with like less, I hate saying reverence, but less reverence because of that? Or like
I think that
these guys
founding,
weren't as smart as they were?
The reason why you read the Founding Fathers stuff is because you want to understand why they set the government up the way they did at the time to give you good interpretation of what the intentions were when things were written in the Constitution. So that's one part of why you read them. A second part can be for the appreciation of an appreciation for like the establishment of the government of the United States and how it's set up, right? With the Constitution powering the three different bodies and all the checks and balances built in. And then the third part is, I think that the greatest amount of reverence or respect you can have for the people that created the government of the United States is that they gave us the power to change that government. So I'm sure that if I go through, there's probably going to be things that I read from them, especially as I learn more about government, where I'm like, I don't think this is like the best idea. But they left us with a flexible government with a constitution that could be amended and changed, right? And that's happened as time has gone on. So just because you have a respect for, the original writers, it doesn't mean that you have to agree with every single thing they've said, right? They didn't even agree with each other, right? There was a whole convention where they argued amongst each other about what, the shape of the government should look like and exactly which powers who should have for what, and, whether we should even move to a federated system. Like, these were all things that reasonable minds disagreed on in the beginning. So you don't have to revere every single thing they say, and they could say things that you ultimately end up disagreeing with, but.
No, yeah, for sure, that makes sense. Yeah. No, yeah. Again, I didn't necessarily have a disagreement. Although I did say a few days ago, the militia definitely was understood to be able-bodied men over 18, and you said that you think I'm totally wrong on that. I'm not wrong on that. Militias were understood to be able-bodied men over 18.
Yeah, but my guess is going to be when it was able-bodied men over 18, they were probably organized or trained in some way. I doubt it was just every single person. If you're 19, you're automatically considered like a militia guy. Or if you are automatically considered a militia guy, you're also understood to like be part of like the state training for the militia. That'd be my guess.
I'm no expert, but I'm not going to hedge. I'll just hold a strong position here. I think that's wrong. It could be right. It could be wrong. It's hard to tell. In some of the stuff that was written in like Federalist Paper 35, and a bunch of, I've looked at like a bunch of different things. I sent you a schizo email about it. Basically, it seems like there's a lot of talk about like the militia, the people, in Federalist Paper 35. Oh gosh, is it Thomas or whoever the hell wrote it? I can't remember. Lewis Hamilton. He talks about how one of the things that would. Oh, Pisco.
Hey, man.
How's it going? All right.
How you doing?
Better now, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I when I first listened to you talk with Destiny a while ago, I thought you were like super arrogant and a douchebag.
Damn.
But as I've listened to you more, yeah, I know. But as I've listened to you more, I've grown this like really fond respect of your takes on all this kind of stuff. So I'm like really actually, it's awesome you joined. I was hoping you would for being able to tell me about Constitution shit.
Yeah.
And also hopefully help me understand more stuff about the Founding Fathers and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. What would you like to know?
Did you hear anything about what I just said to
I
Mr.
heard a
Benelli?
little bit of it. I heard that you were like maybe a little bit disappointed that certain aspects of the Constitution didn't apply as broadly as you thought they did. And I heard
yeah. So I guess I'll phrase it in like a hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the Constitution and all that. We have America. It's great. We just made it. Awesome. And now I'm the state. I'm like Flim Flamium, the newest state to the Union.
Yeah.
They accept me in, and now I write my Constitution, and I'm like, okay, no freedom of speech, no militias, no right to bear arms. Our militias can come into your houses and they can be there without quarter. You know, you have no whatever. You just break all the amendments or the Bill of Rights. That's my house. I just violate them all. And seemingly, the Founding Fathers would be like, yeah, no, that's really cool. That sounds great to you. Sounds great to us. So it's like to me that sounds wild to me. That would have been something they'd have been like cool with. And I know they say like in the sorry I don't. But like I know they talk about because Destiny mentioned I even read it like that basically they had been like yeah no like the idea would be like the state's people would regulate the state themselves, but then the contradiction to me seems we've created a country, America, and we've made these things that are God-given rights, whatever, and then it's like okay, problem solved, no federal evilness. But then it just seems like they've kicked the can down the road and then just made the state the new federal because the state could just impose whatever nonsense they wanted on the people anyway.
Yeah. I think that there's a really good talk from Scalia, which people will reference a lot, but I think it's super helpful to remember about what was the great innovation of the Constitution. Remember, the Bill of Rights were not part of the original Constitution, right? Mm-hmm. The original Constitution didn't include them. They were the first 10 amendments. And one of the reasons is because the innovation of the Constitution wasn't like this very long list of rights. Scalia will say in that conversation, every tin pot dictatorship has a list of rights that are much better than America's. They say you have the freedom of the right to the press, and you can never be broader First Amendment rights that they say on paper. And
paper rights.
Right, and you'll hear Scalia say that's a parchment guarantee because really the innovation of the Constitution of the United States was the structure of the Constitution of the United States. And so you're sort of referencing a bunch of liberties that you think would be that the founders would be outraged if the states kind of infringed upon. A couple of things in response to that. Number one, recall that like a lot of these things weren't thought of as vital in many respects so far as the state's concerned, right? The state was allowed to impose its religion, and in fact states did have established religions even through some of the 1800s if you look back at the history. So our conception now in 2024 of like what rights ought to be is different than what it was back then. Number one.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick on that. If I had to take a stab, and Pisco would know more than me, my guess would be that they would probably be less concerned with the federal government quartering troops in your house than they would be with the federal government telling states whether or not a state was allowed to quarter troops or not. So when that Bill of Rights is made, I'm pretty sure most of the conceptualization at the time was like limiting the power of the federal government, and then anything not explicitly delegated to the federal government was left to the state. So if a state did want to break what today we would consider to be pretty important, I think like rights or whatever, back then state governments probably could do it, and I don't know if the founding fathers would have even thought that would be a bad thing. I think would be my guess.
Because the big deal, and should I call you the Flim Flam?
You can call me whatever you want.
Yeah, Flim. The thing that's like really important, I think, to realize is what was the colonists and the revolutionaries' big complaint with the British? It was no taxation without representation, right? Mm-hmm. They thought of it, and that wasn't just like, oh, well, if we just gave them representation in the like House of Parliament, all of a sudden all of our troubles go away. There was like a structural belief that in order to have real governance, real representation, you needed to have government close to you. You needed to have a responsive government. You can imagine back in the days of the British where it would take, 3 months, 4 months to send even one message across the Atlantic. Like, imagine getting like information that slow. And so they just didn't feel that it was effective. It wasn't effective representation to be governed by, Great Britain from far away. And so they trusted more government that was closer to them, government that was responsive to them. And so long as every government was a Republican government, and there is a guarantee in the Constitution that applies to the states that guarantees a Republican form of government, they were happy to let the states govern the people close to them. And so that, I think, is the response there. Is the fear was that they would be governed by from a far distance, from an authority that didn't really have the ability to be responsive to the concerns. But so long as we kept the structure of the government and we had it be responsive, then all those other fears would fall in line because people are gonna, generally be good to themselves.
Okay. So then, I mean, I guess what is the reason then that in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, the people is mentioned so much? It seems to me, and again, I think it's because I don't know, and but this is kind of like that, shitting on the founding fathers kind of thing, or what sounds wrong in my head is just to use the Second Amendment as an example, ignore, as we just say, the Second Amendment said the right of people to keep and bear arms cannot be infringed. Yeah. Why even say the right of the people to keep and bear arms when they're not actually talking about that? What they're talking about is the right of the states to whatever, or even the beginning, we the people, but they don't really mean that. They really mean we the people of the federal government, individually separated by the state government. Why?
Well, it is the people, right? So it is the people. The Constitution does refer to people and persons, and that is understood to typically those invocations do give people rights. But we have to think about what is the scope of the right? Is the scope of a right one that can be applied to the federal government, right? Or to the state government? And you might think of that differently, right? Just because the Constitution gives you the right of free speech doesn't mean that it gives you the right of free speech as against Azerbaijan, right? Doesn't give you the right of free speech as against private people.
What do you mean by as against?
So you could think of the scope of a right, right? The freedom of speech. The freedom of speech applies to individuals, so people have the right. It's not states that have a right. Yeah. And that has consequences because that means that states can't take away your right of free speech, right? It's a right that's given to people. But that doesn't mean that the right itself doesn't have a scope. And when I say scope, I mean that it applies to maybe some government entities, but not others. So initially it was thought that the right of the people to keep and bear arms, that, maybe that did apply to persons, it did apply to people, but it only applied to people insofar as the federal government. That wouldn't say, therefore, that those references to people or persons is therefore useless. It just means that your right only extends so far as certain government actions. And then they would hope, right, that whatever the freedom of speech that they think that everyone should have would be carried out by the states and would be protected by the states. And various states did, right? States did immediately go to emulate or even copy sometimes the protections of the federal government. It was expected, right, that there would be some differences, that there would be some similarities, and that would be part of the experiment. The important part was making sure that this system was more or less protected, that every state had a Republican form of government, that they were sufficiently responsive to persons within their jurisdiction. That was a concern.
So then why, I mean, I don't know, I guess I'm just, maybe I'm just not lawyery enough to understand the answer, but I understand protecting the system. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. But I don't understand, I mean, I don't understand I don't understand the point then. Let's just use freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Or I mean, it says, oh God, what was it? I'll use the Second Amendment. I don't remember the First Amendment.
The First Amendment says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting or abridging the freedom of speech.
So then, I thought the people was in the First Amendment somewhere.
It doesn't refer to people, but it says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion, prohibiting the free exercise of, abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press or of the people peacefully to petition their government for grievances.
Okay, yeah. So the people to peacefully petition their government for grievances.
Yeah.
So like in that case, then they didn't actually. So they meant in that case they're saying Congress, the federal government, can't make a law abridging the freedom of the people to.
So you understand that, right? Like they're
that's saying like the federal government can't make that law. The state theoretically could.
Yeah, but it's thought of. But look at what it says, right? Congress will make no law abridging the freedom of speech. What is the freedom of speech? You could think of the freedom of speech as a set of core principles. It doesn't say that everyone needs to respect the freedom of speech. These are people who believed in natural law, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of like that there are certain principles, certain values, certain rights that are innate to all humans. If you ever read the Declaration of Independence, right, it says we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Right? These are the kind of, it's a very natural law-based kind of feeling. And so the freedom of speech can't be abridged by Congress, so says the government. But again, this is all about, they're going to be hopeful that whatever state government they establish will respect the natural right, the freedom of speech, right? They're going to hope that. And this is a protection to make sure that Congress respects that right. So it is like, yeah.
Oh, good.
You kind of have to have the context of the natural rights vision of what's going on.
No, the natural rights makes perfect sense to me, and that's actually what I'm so confused about. Because again, it seems like if we're talking about these natural rights, I would assume, like again, and I mentioned this at Destiny. It's like, oh well, we have these natural rights, whatever, God-given, inalienable, ultimate, whatever, and they reference God and whatever, but these can't be breached by anyone. These are the most ultimate and holy of all rights that we perceive all people to have, unless the states disagree. And that to me is just what's so confusing about that is.
What's a constitution for?
I'm not lawyer enough, man. I'll give you a layman answer.
Well, in a layman kind of way.
To structure the way that our government should run, and to outline, well, at least with the amendments, to outline rights and liberties that the people are afforded. Something like that.
But the first one's kind of like the main one, right?
And even more than that, I think that the Constitution specifically was for creating a federal government. There were already independent state governments that were running in what I imagine that people were more or less happy with. But the issue was the things that bound them collectively together. The Articles of Confederation left them collectively very unable to respond to external threat or coordinate amongst themselves in not the best way. So the goal of creating the federal government with the Constitution was to lay out a federal government that was powerful enough to do what needed to be done for the United States, representative enough to represent the will of the people, balanced enough that none of the branches could grow so powerful that it would become authoritarian, but then also like the powers explicitly enumerated enough such that it wasn't encroaching on the rights that the states themselves wanted to have. Like the federal government, it wasn't like we had there were a bunch of people here and nobody had any freedom, and then the U.S. Constitution comes along and now all these people, all these freedom. I think in actuality, you had a bunch of people who felt probably that they were enjoying a great deal of freedom, and now you have this new entity that's coming to take freedom away, the federal government, right? And you just rebelled against a fucking tyrannical king, as you're feeling. So when that federal government is created, the Constitution is there to protect the rights of the states and to limit the rights of the federal government. I don't think it's created just to ensure that every single individual has maximum rights, more just to create that limited federal government, I think.
That's a really key point from Stephen. Like, recall, the Constitution does not establish the state governments. It almost doesn't even make sense to read the Constitution without assuming the existence of the states, right? So.
Oh yeah, for sure. So, I guess you're saying that the Constitution, in this case, was established or was created to create the federal government.
Yeah.
But to make sure that when it was created, I guess in a sense, the people didn't lose their shit. Like, oh God, more tyranny. It was like, no. Look, we're putting safeguards in. Don't freak out.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
imagine if you were to make that federal government and as part of your like Bill of Rights or whatever, now the federal government is dictating to all the states, also you can't make this illegal, you can't make that illegal, you have to make this, you can't do that, right? Like I feel like if that was the case, people would be like, wait, well, what the fuck? We just made a federal government and now you're coming in here and telling us how we have to run all of our shit. I think that the Constitution is probably more just to create a limited federal government, not to ensure all of these new, beautiful, awesome rights to all the people in individual states, because the states would do that themselves.
So if you take the states as given, and you understand that these states people were fiercely loyal to their states. These states were, and you know, in their minds, operating the way they wanted them to. And you can also think of like other places where there is no constitution, right? So we assume, in a sense, democracy, republicanism doesn't work if you don't have good people, or if you don't have people who care enough to protect interests that they consider to be significant. But the assumption was that these states were working fine as they were, right? They were protecting what they needed to protect so far as the people were concerned.
Yeah.
Nowadays, we have again, remember back then, when people said their country, you should really watch there's a series called Adams, or John Adams from HBO. And in it, Jefferson says, you know, don't you want to be back in your country when they're in Philadelphia? I mean, they're in America. I understood this is like in the Constitutional Convention, but people thought of the states as their country. And so there was no like feeling of we are the one people of the United States in that way like it is today. That really didn't come until after the Civil War.
Yeah.
And so think of that document, the Constitution, as establishing a federal government. And think of those amendments as recognizing, and don't forget the 10th Amendment, right? That all power not herein granted to the government is, you know, for the people or the states. And the 9th Amendment, which says the enumeration of these rights doesn't mean there aren't other rights. And those other rights could be protected in other ways by other entities. So this is not meant to be a full scoping document that protects all people at all times. There's gonna need to be a protection by states and people being responsive and thoughtful about their Republican governments in like the several states. So it shouldn't be surprising to us that this document doesn't include all rights. It literally says you shouldn't expect to see them here.
No, I never thought that it would include all rights. I just thought in my head it seemed like when they said, let's just say, you know, freedom of speech, it was like that is a right federally, and you can't, and no state could take that away. In my head, that just made sense as something that, but I guess not. I mean, apparently not, obviously.
There are like First Amendment equivalents in many states.
No, for sure. I just, for some reason, it seemed, I mean, it still seems weird to say this is a God-given right, natural right that states could infringe on, but it makes sense what you're saying, that the Constitution was written more of
I think the issue that we have is that right now we're very much Americans and we don't identify with our states as much. There are going to be people that try to contradict that. It's like, no, we do, but not really. We identify as Americans. Are you familiar with the European Union?
Unfortunately.
Okay. Well, sure. Okay. So you know, like all the fighting that goes along there. Imagine the United Kingdom rejoining the European Union, and the United Kingdom saying, we want the European Union to guarantee a whole bunch of like individual rights and freedoms to citizens of the United Kingdom. Like that wouldn't even be like a thought, right? They wouldn't even consider that. They're like, no, what? Like we have our rights that come from the UK. Like if we're going to join the European Union, the only thing we want in writing is like the explicit things that they can do, and then nothing more. Then everything else is left to us. I'm not looking to the European Union to guarantee my rights as a citizen of the UK. Much the same that I doubt any of the early members of the early states under the Articles of Confederation were looking for a federal government to protect their individual rights. Their individual rights were already protected by the states that they were in, more or less, as much as they wanted them to be, right?
So far as guns are concerned, think about as well, like it wasn't like this was an age of the kind of modern gun legislation that exists today, right? And so people didn't really think of these issues that we think of as kind of the central issues that are governing our discourse in the same way. A lot of these rights of peoples were developed in constitutionless environments, like they come from the English common law or from precedent where, in a parliamentary system. And so there wasn't this notion that we needed those kinds of protections all the time, or they couldn't emerge out of the more local government.
Yeah.
So don't be disappointed with them. They just weren't doing that. They were establishing a federal government, and they were trying to limit it. Now, as the government became right, the Civil War proved that there needed to be a more united government. There had developed through the Civil War and in its immediate aftermath a conception of America as a singular. And when that happened, okay, now we can't just let these states destroy our country again. And so we need to make some protections. And that's like the 14th Amendment, right? And the 13th Amendment, the 15th Amendment. The 13th Amendment bans all slavery, even private slavery. The 14th Amendment directly speaks to the states. There are places in the Constitution where the states are spoken to. The Supremacy Clause is a big one, where it literally says, all laws, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, as well as all laws made pursuant to it, anything in the state constitutions notwithstanding. And so there are key moments in the initial Constitution where the states are spoken to, but it really isn't until the Civil War where we start to think of the federal government being a guarantor of rights of all people as to states.
Yeah. That's great. I'm like, I guess I was this mega America brain, like federal America brained.
Yeah.
That just seems.
And that also will give you some insight into why did we not have a direct election for president? Why did we not have direct elections of senators? Remember? The direct election of senators is when I say direct, I mean the people voting for senators. The people didn't vote for senators. The people still don't vote for president. It's the states, right? The states vote. That's why when Stephen is talking about the fake elector plot, it's actually worse than how you think it. Because you think of, the electors, they're just like a downstream of the people. And in a way, that's true. But those are the direct votes for president, right? Those votes for Biden or Trump, it's as though you were doing voter fraud. In a way, the electoral fraudulent electors is voter fraud, right?
Yeah.
Because that's real.
Yeah, that actually would be.
So it's all emerges from this conception of states as being the kind of the principal ways in which you interact with the federal government, other than the House of Representatives. But I hope that it sounds like you're not satisfied.
No, I am. I'm nothing. I'm just taking all this information. This is like, it's just really there's a lot of stuff I'd never really thought about or heard before, and this is really interesting. I guess I was super American.
I thought that there were 4 pages attached to this with the letter that he attached that he wanted to send. Where the fuck is this letter? I've seen this before.
Mentioned the federal government, or that when you mentioned something like the Second Amendment was never intended to apply to everyone, and I was like, how the hell? Because I was just stuck on like the people, and I was like, but wait a second, that would mean that freedom of speech on that, and so I was like I've been like researching in my free time as much as I could, like trying to understand that better. But no, that's super interesting to have it explained like that, because it makes a lot more sense. Hearing it like I heard it explained like that than it did before.
It helps if you think of the First Amendment, which says Congress shall make no law, and remembering what the subject is of what's going on here. And it helps also to remember what the Constitution was for, that it wasn't supposed to be the everything document. It was one document establishing one government, and it isn't as universal as we think of it today.
Well, and I mean, the it not being as universal makes sense. Reading maybe I don't think it was specifically, but like the part in the 14th Amendment, or the thing that talks about how like, nope, now all this actually does apply to everyone.
But think about that, right? Like the 14th Amendment by its own terms only applies to the states, right? It says, for the most part, it says no state shall deprive you of due process of law. No state shall deprive you of equal protection of the law. So, and there the subject of that makes sense, because the Civil War just happened, and who are we worried about? We're not worried about, Lincoln and the federal government. We're worried about the states. We just fought a war, and remember, America didn't even consider the Confederacy to be its own country. America considered, or the people in the Union considered, those to be states in rebellion. That the Union was eternal. You can't leave once you're in it.
No, that's just, yeah, it's just a completely. You explaining it like that makes that make sense. So when I had thought about the Constitution, I had always thought about it as like we're creating a country, and it seems like that's not really what was going on. It was more like we're creating a unifying force for these different states that aren't the same country, but there's some things that we need everyone to be together for, as it were. And
remember the Pilgrims? Who remembers the Pilgrims?
Well, they're a bit before my time by a few years.
Yeah, right. Like these colonies had essentially lived pretty independently for hundreds of years, right?
Yeah.
One of the reasons why the Revolutionary War happened is because these colonies had so much experience running themselves without help from the crown. Essentially, they certain states had charters where they were already developing their own law. So these people had lots of experience running their own shit, you know?
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why they were pissed when they got like these new taxes and these new burdens, is because like, imagine if you, Stephen, you have a kid, right?
Hopefully, unless he died on the flight back to Omaha, yeah.
Right. Like imagine that he's with his mom, right? And his mom is giving him all these privileges, all these things, right? And all of a sudden, you're the king, right? And the king comes and says, actually, we're gonna do things a little differently. You're gonna have to pay up a little more because I had to come in here and like clean your room for you. And all of a sudden you start taking away certain rights. The kid would be pretty pissed, right? It'd be incorrigible, wouldn't he? Because he's used to these rights. He's used to living under his mom or grandma's roof. And so these people, you have to think of them as smart, intelligent people who had lived autonomously for years and years and years. Okay? It wasn't like these are all babies or people who like, you know, we're for the first time we're doing this thing government and like we haven't even like we don't know how to live with each other in states. They had plenty of experience with that.
Yeah,
I hope
interesting.
that's helpful.
No, yeah, it is. It really is. Yeah. Did you have any opinions on what they meant when they said militia?
Yeah, I think that had the meaning that we would expect it to have. The militia were the kind of Minutemen guys who the state organized defenses, right? The people who were tasked with protecting the various states from like incursions by American Indians, people who were organized in regiments and in however the state wanted to do it for the purpose of defense. Those I take those people to be the militia, that not the British people, right? Not the British regulars, the people who are among.
No, yeah, obviously
you know?
the British regulars. I mean that is literally that's like, you know, a well-regulated militia. When they say well-regulated, they are referring in some sense because regulating doesn't mean like limiting factors in that sense. It means like regulations of standards.
You can still think of the Second Amendment as a individual right by saying, well, the way to protect a militia is to make sure that there is an individual right, and it says the right of the people. That's kind of what I explained to Stephen, and I think Stephen kind of bought it. Stephen, I think what he said was, yeah, I can see it, but it just doesn't apply to the states.
Yeah, I mean that's I guess I would say that's the take, the whatever the interpretation that I would probably hold. But I also think, so like, this may be completely pedantic, but I definitely think when the founders and olden folk from the 1700s are talking about the militia, I think they're definitely referencing like basically every person within the state.
Every person would be a member of the militia?
Every able-bodied male, yeah. Every fighting age able-bodied male.
Well, if that's true, why would women have the right to have weapons? And why would prisoners
then they
not
wouldn't,
have the right?
Same reason black people didn't back then. I don't agree with the exclusions, but I think I just think there's definitely a lot of evidence that suggests that when they were talking about militias, they were referencing the able-bodied men, like all able-bodied men.
Okay. Well, even if it is true, it doesn't really change, because it's possible that it is an individual right, whether, you know, regardless of whether militia means a select group of people or all able people. it could still very well be the case that people includes women. And
No, yeah, for sure. No, yeah, I'm not saying that women shouldn't have the right. I'm just saying, like,
You're not saying that women
as
aren't people.
originally, well, that would be. I mean, actually, not like I think that, but it seems like the founders, in some weird regard, almost
You
not
think
like not like they didn't
women
view them
weren't
as people, but it's like they almost viewed like citizens or something. I don't have to look more into it, but it's like because black people couldn't vote and have rights because they weren't citizens, and like women were in the same way couldn't vote because they like. I don't know. There was some weird thing of I don't know exactly how I'm even. I remember reading something about that where it's like the citizen
doesn't guarantee voting at all, other than to the House of Representatives.
Okay, somebody in chat, please, for the love of fucking God, help me find this. In the J6 thing here, it keeps referencing the 5-page memo that is supposed to be attached to this. Attachments, draft letter, JBC. I'm almost positive that there was a 5-page draft letter attached to this. I have it here, hosted by the New York Times, but I could have sworn that it was listed somewhere here in the actual documents, but I'm not seeing it on the J6 committee on the site here. Can somebody please find this? This is driving me fucking crazy.
Black people are referred to as 3/5 of all other persons, right? So black people are explicitly referred to
Hang
as
out, Missouri.
people in the Constitution, right? The 3/5 clause confirms that black people are considered people, but under the original founder's intention. But the Dred Scott decision says that black people weren't citizens. That is kind of, and because they weren't citizens under that opinion, the federal courts did not have jurisdiction to hear cases from them. Because the jurisdiction, if you look at Article 3, only applies to cases involving citizens of different states. If black people aren't citizens, then they're not, then they can't be citizens of different states.
Yeah.
Sorry, and citizens of states have to be citizens of the United States, is what they said.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It makes sense, or the
No, your
not-
explanation, what you said. I'm just listening to
Got
what
it.
you're saying is making sense. Listening to it.
Do you have any other questions, or
Oh, thank you.
Oh God, I
Neandra.
I could ask a million questions, but I don't want to.
What
take
the
up
fuck
whole
is the name of this
time,
document? What is it called that I couldn't find this?
Uh,
Jesus.
Well, I hope that helps.
No, yeah, I really appreciate it. I'm really glad. I'm really glad I got to talk to you and you came in and explained it a little better for me.
Can I ask why you hated me? Is it because you thought I was arrogant?
Yeah, no, I think it was just like the tone.
Yeah.
And you sounded like
Very
I
Italian.
mean, I think
Italian.
Hey, Mamma Mia. No, yeah, I think you just sounded. I think you sounded really arrogant in some of the ways that when you would talk to people, and you sounded like really condescending. And I don't. If I said I hated you, I misspoke. I didn't necessarily hate you. I just thought you were kind of a bastard. But I've grown to appreciate that, and especially having seen you talk with people. Yeah, I think you're really only I think you get kind of I don't know, let's say aggressive,
I do, yeah.
pretty quick, but you also don't get aggressive when people aren't being bad faith or retarded.
I wouldn't use that word.
Okay, or regarded. So, like, yeah, I think that makes that has changed how I kind of view you a little bit. Plus, you have really good information, which is,
Oh, appreciate that, man.
I'll selfishly take that anytime I can.
Well, much love to both of you, and have a good day, man.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. You too. Well, that's all I had, man. Appreciate you pulling me on.
Yeah, no problem. Have fun. Be careful. Stay safe.
Thank you too.
Hey, she's acting up. Please play Subway Surfers or League. I love you, Eric. Is it the Muda conversation? I don't know. Where the fuck is Muda? Okay. This letter. XQC wants to talk. Well, you can always hop in Discord. Challenge Marty O'Donnell to a debate? Yeah, okay. Did you reach out to Catherine Brodsky? Yeah, I think we're chatting tomorrow. Rosen. Jeffrey Rosen. Or no, Clark. you have a favorite Republican you've debated? Nope. You get any negative side effects from Vyvanse? Yeah, it makes me fuck your mom a ton. Boom. Okay, boom, boom. (2011). Okay. Bum bum bum. The 29th is the crazy meeting? No. Jesus. I don't think I need all of this. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Okay, after I finish this, we'll listen to the Trump speech. I think. I should just spend like one day doing this off stream. I feel like I could get it done in a day. It's boring stream content. January 3rd.
myself like I'm Lonnie Liston. The auto-tune clamor modernity. On autopilot for an eternity. She plays Shirley Scott and I'm Turrentine. Feel my spirit bugging, but it's spell smurfs. Your soul was cussing, that felt hers. This Robitussin's for the wet nurse called Papa. Sweating by that hot poke, fuck that. You should have been a stockbroker, fuck that. Rappers look like rock smokers, fuck that. At the bottom of the well and I'm screaming this, still more. I grip the microphone like I'm John Gilmore. Pilot pulpit as a starfighter. The consequences of the buffer, I flourish the last time.
What's the reason for the Israel videos? I put them back 2 weeks every time somebody asks, so right now they're coming out in 2027.
Bombastic, the most bombastic and manly of presidents. You know, the most bombastic and manly of presidents.
Jesus. Is this really as stupid as it sounds? I saw some of this. YouTuber derails train for insane footage. Did he intentionally derail this train?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
How old is this guy?
Oh my freaking god! Oh my god, are they okay? Oh my god. Oh my god! God! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my freaking god!
It's not even good footage, considering he threw his life away just to get this shot. He's not even a good shot. Jesus. Oh, wait, what is this song? I don't even know who this rapper is, but this beat is sick. What the fuck?
Yeah, hey. dealing with a lot of problems. Don't know if y'all can relate. Feeling like Rod Wave, I got a lot on my plate. And I can really use a stress reliever. Cause where I'm from, they catching bullets like the best receivers. The chopper singing like Justin Bieber. The most effective leaders have closed mouths and open ears. Like the now, like a flow for years. I really got my own sneaker, used to shop at Sears. Rap niggas lying through their teeth, though these are not veneers. Skipping through the airport, but soon we'll hop on Lears. I conquer fears, running up them M's and dry my mama tears. I love Jim Carrey. But don't fuck with yes men, I need honest ears. When in the studio, turn down the movie roll to finish the album. I pray the outcome is good. Clayton Bigsby, I done took a nigga out of the hood. Carrying water, chopping the wood. But you gon' always have motion if the product is good. Lord knows, it's crazy how I can just text Hove and run plays on the weekend. It's more than just XOs. When I
Mumble rap? Wait. Are you saying this is mumble rap?
I dropped my first album, was nervous, my chest froze. Plans gonna be executed like
What?
niggas on death row. Bought a new fucking crib, but that shit is an escrow. Cut my credits go low as my self-esteem, but I grow. It's a yellow beam when I glow. I have mellow dreams when I smoke. To my fellow kings, keep the hope. I think Elohim that I woke up this morning. Acting wild like a black amount, we smoked the opponent. I prayed and hoped for this moment. And if I post it, I own it. No cap for me, we get money like athletes. Like the 8th man on the Wizards. That's more of a match for me. If we being completely honest, me and the mic got chemistry. Boy, I got this down to a science. I promise you I ain't lying. Get love in every barrel. My niggas are very thorough. Wish a nigga would like Timmy, bro. Send him to fairy world. Never wore a Jerry curl like Mike Jack in the 80s. I might crash the Mercedes. My life flash from a baby. I reminisce on the daily. My penmanship, which they pay me. It's time to get the bacon. This shit is biscuits and gravy. Time to break fast. To keep it real, how long the fake last. New Year, same goal. Stay out the way and make cash. The competition, then we way past. I need more real love and less fake laughs. Just let it breathe. Let it breathe. Now put your hands in the sky. Feel the vibe. Let it breathe. Now put your hands in the sky. You feel the vibe. Just let it breathe. I need more real love and less fake laughs. The way this mean mug like a face mask. She give me real love with that fake ass. It fit me like a glove, OJ hands. I'ma need a little love from your hating ass. Real love, Mary J plan. Need less yes men and more amens. I'ma need more real prayers and less praying hands. I'm smoking straight gas, no brake pads. You smoking Bubba Dub, nigga, straight.
Why? Just curious. Okay, listen. It's a very small taste thing. And I'm not doing the whole jerking off against like, oh, autotune is so bad or whatever. Like it's such a slight amount of autotune, and his voice is already like nice enough and like to fit with like the song and everything. Why? Why do it? I don't understand. Is he like? Does he lack confidence with his like normal voice now, or what? I don't understand. Like just do your thing, dude. I don't understand at all. I don't get it. Or maybe it's just a holdover from.
I'm smoking straight gas, no brake pads. You smoking Bubba Dub, nigga, straight trash. I get more camel toe than them Arabs. She deep throat the whole dick but couldn't take half. I take a nigga life before he take the stand. Take some drugs and take off, take some when I land. You standing on business, I'm a businessman. I'm the GOAT, nigga.
It's his whole thing, his entire career? Is that true for his whole, like if we go back and listen to like, maybe he always did. Did he? I don't know. Fuck me, dude. It's been a long time since I listened to this shit. God, I hate Lil Wayne so much. Like he's not auto-tuning like, and there's no shot.
Want me to do is fuck the police. Talking about we only head doctor perform surgery on me. Yeah, and now I'm healed.
You're lying. Why would you say this? You're absolutely lying. What's that Millie song? Millie, 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 Millie.
Goblin. Nothing. You ain't scaring nothing. On some freaking bullshit. Don't you hate a shy chick? Had a plate of shy chicks. But you like a bitch with no way. You ain't got shit.
trying to think of the song, something more recent. Oh, fuck. I don't even remember the name of the song. Fuck. Oh, God. Who's this guy? Is he auto-tuned in this song? You just made that up. You're just making that up. Shut the fuck up. I don't believe any of you people. Shut the fuck up. You guys are just making shit up. No, he doesn't auto-tune in every song. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Now you've upset me. All right.
I'm smoking straight gas, no brake pads. You smoking bubba dub, nigga, straight trash. I get more camel toe than them Arabs. She deep throat the whole dick but couldn't take half. I take a nigga life before he take the stand. Take some drugs and take off, take some when I land.
High pitch sped up sample, but the auto-tune on his voice. What does high pitch sped up sample have to do with auto-tuning his voice? Why do you get what you've typed this like 3 times? Stop trying to trigger me. Okay.
You standing on business, I'm a businessman. I'm the GOAT, nigga, you a sacrificial lamb. You a teddy bear, nigga, you a Teddy Graham. You sweet as jelly jam, honey glazed deli ham. Bubble gum, candy yams, my gun never jam. I got a heavy hand, but hold it like a steady cam. Am I talking to the Martians when I pray, man? I need to know, is there a heaven or just Space Jam? And it's Saturday morning every day, man. Young Carter and Corday, man, all day, man. Why they playing? Elvis has left the building with the Graceland. And if it ain't a red flag, then it's a red flag. And if it ain't Moolah, baby, then I ain't the dad. I need my head scanned. Yeah, I need my hard drugs, that's some hard plugs. I need the astronaut pack with asteroid bugs. Blunder like a rocket ship, yeah, we going up. Coffee in a styrofoam cup. Good morning, it's Saturday.
Okay. Who joined?
Yo.
Hello. Oh, hi, what's up?
I killed my son. How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm agnostic about that.
Okay, gotcha. Sounds good.
Yeah, so I guess I watched the debate that you had with Andrew. Also, I'm loud and clear, yeah?
Yeah, I say so, yeah.
You want it louder?
Nope, you're perfect.
So I watched the debate that you had with Andrew, and I also watched like some of the discussion that you had after, and yeah, I wanted to talk about 1 or 2 themes from that, and I mentioned some of them in the text.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I guess the first one is agnosticism. So I think that you and I have different views about this. It sounded to me, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, like you think that Andrew's guilty of some kind of error if he takes the agnostic position in his discussion with you?
I don't think that he's necessarily committed an error, but I think he's misrepresenting what he's being agnostic about. So I would argue that there is a difference in position between being agnostic about, well, actually, here, let's back up 1 second, okay? You can tell me if you agree or disagree with this. If somebody is a theist or an atheist, they're typically, I think they're arguing that there is some proposition that can be evaluated as true or false with regards to whether or not God exists. Like a theist would say God is real, an atheist would say God is not real. Whereas an agnostic is making, I think, an epistemic claim that this knowledge is unknowable. So it would be false, or an agnostic atheist might say something like, just somebody that's just agnostic, to say, I'm agnostic about God, you wouldn't say that he is neutral on whether or not God exists, and you wouldn't say that he's saying that there's no proof maybe that God exists, but he's really saying that you can't even have knowledge about that particular thing. Do we agree here with the difference between like agnostic versus like atheist and theist here, or no?
It's possible that we do, but listening to you talk, I think that we're actually using the term agnostic differently.
Okay.
I don't think that you're using it in a way that's wrong or anything. I think that like if you look at the, like, I don't know if you bring up like the IAP or the SEP or something, I think there is a use of that term that means something like taking the view that you can't know the answer to a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're using it like that, right?
Yeah, like Gnosticism to me, or agnosticism, is a statement. It's like an epistemic statement. It's not like an evaluation of a claim, right? So if somebody says, like, did you have fun yesterday? I would never say, well, I'm agnostic about that. I might be neutral about it because there's evidence in both sides that I've weighed and they kind of evenly weigh against each other. Or I haven't weighed any evidence at all, so I'm neutral. But I wouldn't say I'm agnostic about it. Like, I can have knowledge about it. So I guess it depends on how you're using the term there.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm happy to discuss it on your term usage, which I'll just call your semantics going forward.
Sure.
But I think that the way that I was wondering about it was on my term usage. Like when I was thinking the question to myself, does Steve think that there's like
Okay, yeah, we
problem
can. Yeah, I can blow by my understanding and go to.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Let me just add one further thing is I have a pretty high confidence that Andrew is also using the term in the way that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Although I would argue that even at that, it was still the way that he's evaluating this and comparing it to other conversations is improper or not good. But I'll get into that, I guess.
To be clear, I'm not making any further claim about like whether he was consistent, whether he expressed it well, whether a reasonable person with a reasonable amount of information would interpret him in a particular. I'm not doing any of
Sure.
that. I'm just saying I think what he intends is the same sense as me, just because I've talked to him about it.
Yeah,
So
sure, that's
I
fine. Yeah,
think I know I was using it probably.
So I think Andrew, if I give the most charitable reading to the to how other people are using this term and how he's using the term, or God.
Can I cut in? Because the important thing, I don't actually care about the Andrew part at all. I just, we can talk about that if you want, but my main thing is just in the way that I'm using the term, which what I mean by it is just that you're not, agnosticism is when you, so it's a doxastic state, it's not belief, it's not disbelief, it's the middle position of not taking a stance one way or the other.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. That's for sure.
There's a little hedge there that sorry, I will let you go, but there's like some little hedges here. Like, would we say that a baby is like agnostic about, you know, complicated economic questions or like quantum physics? Well, no, that sounds a little weird. It sort of sounds like the baby has like taken the time to consider these things and like reach the agnostic. Like that's not really what we mean. So I think that the way I'm thinking about it is when you've considered a position and you've where you've ended up at it is you're not convinced it's true or false.
Okay. Now, what you just said there is how I would consider the term neutral. I don't believe that's how it was being used in this other sense, but that's what we'll get to. My issue was that the debate or the prompt was January 6th an insurrection? And my understanding is I'm taking the affirmative and he's taking the negative. We're both making positive claims. I'm saying that it was an insurrection. He's saying it's not. I didn't know that the goal of his debate was to endlessly torture my definition and then try to negate mine without proving his. But regardless, my issue is that it seems to be the case that he's saying that his position is that he was neutral on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. And if that's true, it's only true through some like transitive property, because the actuality was he was neutral on or agnostic on, or whatever we want to use, of the actual definition of insurrection. So if he didn't think that it was an insurrection, or if he did, or if he was neutral on it, that was only as a result of him not having any concrete understanding of like insurrection, or refusing to take a position on that word. And then the issue that I had was him comparing it with, earlier I had a debate with Playing with Fire with Alex about whether or not Israel was committing war crimes. And my position on that...
I applauded that.
What?
I was there.
That's right. You were there. Yeah. Okay. That's right. Yeah, you were. Yeah. And my position on that was that I don't believe that I don't think there's enough evidence to say that they are engaging in war crimes. So I don't have a strong position on this, or rather my strong position is there's not enough evidence to say that they're engaged in war crimes. And like Andrew and a bunch of his ilk were kind of like copy pasting my clip there. And they go, oh, well, why was it okay for Destiny to say he doesn't have a strong position on Israel committing war crimes? However, he's not okay with me saying that I don't have a strong position, or I'm neutral on January 6th. And I would say that the bad comparison there is being made because my argument with Alex was a substantive one on whether or not there was evidence to satisfy the argument that Israel had committed actions that comported with a category of war crimes. Whereas with Andrew, there was no substantive conversation. We just debated the definition of insurrection. To make it more comparable, either we would have had to agree with the definition of insurrection, and then Andrew would have had to have said that my substantive analysis didn't satisfy that definition, or my debate with Alex would have had to have been me debating him on, well, what is a war crime, what even qualifies as a war crime, and then not actually move into the substance of anything. That was my issue with his comparison.
Okay, I have things I could say about that, and I'm not sure I followed all of that, but like broadest strokes, it sounds like you're trying to give an explanation, like a symmetry breaker, why actually, despite him showing this footage that seems to show you taking different positions, like inconsistent positions on when it's okay to be agnostic, actually you can spell out some kind of distinction between those two situations, and that distinction will account for like when you're comfortable with someone being agnostic or not. That's like what you're saying?
Kind of, sure. Although, I mean, I could be a little bit stronger. I would say that you can be agnostic, or you could be undecided about the term insurrection. That's fine. But I don't think it's fair to say that you're neutral on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. You would just say that you're neutral. You don't have a strong position on what an insurrection even is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So I feel like there's multiple topics. So there's actually a separate point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's just close the first one first.
Sure.
On just because this one seems, I think now that we know how I'm using the term, I think this is uncontroversial. If by agnostic we just mean you're not taking a positive position, you're not saying it's true, you're not saying it's false, you're just in the middle, undecided. There's not a problem with coming into a debate with that position. That in principle is okay. Of course, someone could have done other stuff that makes it annoying, like said they were going to do otherwise or something. But just that alone is not necessarily problematic, right?
I would say that for here one thing quickly. Can we just for my own brain, can we swap out agnostic with neutral? Is that okay?
I'm happy to do whatever, but you need to explain how you mean the term. I'm also just going to write down that other point you brought up because otherwise I won't remember it.
Sure.
What was it? You were talking about? Oh yeah, right. Neutral when you don't understand a term. I have a whole thing about that. Neutral when you don't have a term. Okay, we'll come back to that. Sorry, I just typed in the DM, so you're gonna have a random list of
no
things
problem.
There, but
yeah, so I do think it is problematic to come into a debate with a neutral position if it's like a more formal debate. I think that if
sorry to cut you off. Sorry, I'm just not
Go ahead.
following. Can you just explain to me what you mean by neutral so I'm following what you're saying when you
as
use
in
that word?
as in if there's a prompt and you're arguing in the affirmative or the negative for a prompt, or if you're arguing and attacking to come into that debate like neutral, like undecided, doesn't really make sense unless it's a very casual conversation.
You mean by neutral what I mean by agnostic?
Yes.
Okay, I'll work with you. You might have to remind me.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
Okay,
because it would be because it would be okay to come in neutral if by neutral we'd meant you'd considered both sides and this is where you've wound up, versus neutral as in you haven't considered both sides and you're waiting to be convinced. I think the second that would be inappropriate for like a formal debate, I think.
Okay, well, inappropriate. That's like, it sounds like it might be a thing about sort of what you'd prefer. I don't know about that. I don't think there's a problem necessarily with it.
Well, I think the inappropriateness would be that.
Yeah,
I think it would be inappropriate because, like, let's say, for instance, hypothetically, the UN is hosting a debate, and there's a debate on is the invasion in Ukraine good or bad? And somebody, two people join. One guy's like, I think it's good. I think Russia should invade. And the other guy's like, well, I'm not fully convinced. I'm super neutral on it. And then they go do the debate, and then one guy does his opening statement, and the other guy's like, actually, that was a really good argument. I'm fully convinced. And now we're done with the debate. Well, it's like, wait, hold on. That didn't make. Why would you come in undecided on this particular thing and you were swayed that quickly or that easily in a single conversation? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't think you can come to a debate like that necessarily in good faith and just have like a completely undecided position, I think.
Well, you could. Well, wait. There's a question about if there's some problem, and there's like a question about if it's bad faith. Is the idea that if there is a problem, it is that they're being bad faith by doing that?
It's one is that they're being bad faith, and two is that it's just I don't think that's what the format is for. Typically, I would imagine for a debate, you're both there to put forth your best arguments to prove, depending upon what the particular challenge is, for that particular debate. You're not going there like totally undecided, just waiting to hear a good argument, and then you would just agree with your opponent or interlocutor, and then you'd be done with it. That just seems like a weird use of that format. I think in a really casual setting, that's fine, but not for like a formal setup debate. I think that's really weird.
Well, so first, just the question of bad faith.
Mm-hmm.
They're not necessarily bad. Like, just to take an obvious case, they could just be retarded. Like, imagine they're just an idiot. They come into this, like you can see that case, right? Your UN situation, just the person is an idiot. They're not malicious. They're just stupid.
Sure. Yeah, I would say I prefer the former word or the earlier word I use. I would say it's inappropriate. You could be stupid, and then so it's inappropriate. Yeah, you come in, you're like, oh, that was a good opening statement. Actually, I totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, it sounded like you had the two kind of issues. The one is the bad faith,
Yeah.
and the other
Well, I
is
think
the
with Andrew, I think it was bad faith, but you're asking me a more general question, and I'm trying to address the general question.
Yeah,
I think it
I'm-
could be inappropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to abstract this all out so it's very clear that like what we're saying here, it's not necessarily going to have it. Here, I don't want to go on that tangent, but I'm
You're
not
fine.
talking about Andrew. I am
Yeah,
talking
we're laying out general principles. What we say or agree to here doesn't necessarily apply to that conversation. You're just trying to get a feel of where I'm at. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like if the upthrust of this is like you think I'm right about the agnostic thing, and by extension, now that we know what Andrew actually meant, and technically he means, it's like if it comes down to the end of the day, you, Andrew, and I are all on the same page about the agnosticism thing. It doesn't have further entailments like that the debate was lost, that Andrew was operating in good faith. You could still hold all of those views. Like he failed the debate, he was operating
Sure.
in bad faith. Like I'm just talking. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and then as for it being inappropriate, so this is the thing. Like I don't want to. We probably don't want to get into a huge like fucking metaphysics, meta ethics kind of conversation. But like when you use words like appropriate, to me, like I mean, it's unavoidable to talk about this, but like I'm an anti-realist. So when I hear words like that, I just think it's against the preference set of some relevant group of agents, right? Maybe when you say it's inappropriate, it's against like your preferences. Maybe it would be against the sort of preferences of the people who would be in the body, like what was it, the UN? So I could agree with that in certain contexts. Like I mean, the case that you gave, yeah, I think everyone would find it very weird. It would be against the kind of norms that we have. Because when you here's a debate, and it's framed as pro versus con, and especially if you hear it's in some governmental context, you're kind of expecting two informed people with opinions on each side. So what I'm granting you here is that, yeah, there's cases where it would seem at odds with the norms in a given space, aka would seem inappropriate. So I could grant that, but
Sure.
yeah, I don't, we might disagree here. I'm not sure that the case you had with him was one of those cases. So wait, in principle, we agree you can have cases where it's inappropriate. You agree with me about that?
Yep.
We disagree though. Well, sorry, I agree with you about that. That was your point. But then we disagree about whether this was a case like that. Now, if you're about to pull out some DM or something where it was made totally clear this is a pro v con kind of thing, or he had said something that really gave that impression, I would change my mind. Then it's kind of like there was a standard set. But if not,
Sure. I would say that the standard, arguably, that would set, it was all public, but it was, I think I tweeted out that I was willing to challenge anybody on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. And then Andrew was one of the people that rose to that challenge. And then Fresh and Fit agreed to moderate the debate on whether or not January 6th was an insurrection. And I would argue that the norms or the expectation going into that then is that you either have, there are two acceptable positions that he can take. One is that whatever definition of insurrection I give, I wouldn't be able to satisfy the conditions for that insurrection with the events that happened at January 6th. Or two, he would give a compelling reason why it wasn't an insurrection, I guess through some other form of argumentation, rather than like endlessly torturing my definition of insurrection, refusing to accept it, looping on two, I think, logical errors, and then doing that for 3 hours. But
But yeah, I have some things to say about the definition stuff too. But that,
Sure.
yeah, so although you let me know when you've burnt out on this, if you burn out before me.
Okay.
Yeah, so with the debate with Andrew and what the norm is supposed to be there. So again, like I'm just an anti-realist. When I think norms, I just think there's some group of agents, they have some expectation. I am not actually convinced that there's like do you have that kind of view that most people have that expectation about a debate like that, or that people who saw like your tweet would necessarily have the expectation that a debate pursuant that or following that would be one where no one can take the agnostic position? Like, I'm not sure. that
absolutely,
someone
I think
would-
so. Yeah, at least if the neutral position,
okay.
insofar as the neutral position is on the definition of the word and not on the actual substance of the event itself. Yeah, I think.
Wait,
most,
okay,
yeah.
sorry. I keep saying that I'm gonna get around to that, but I
Okay.
feel like that's actually introducing, because you keep pointing out that distinction. It sounds like it's meaningful to you. Like
Yeah.
it is to me too. But okay. So let's just think about this case. Say hypothetically that the thing that you get in that same debate with Andrew, and let's just say the thing that he's agnostic about is just the debate proposition. Let's not think about semantics, whether he agrees with how you're using the terms. Just debate proposition under the semantics you're using, he's agnostic about.
Sure.
If that were what had happened, would you say that, generally speaking, people watching the debate, I don't know, fresh and fit, whoever, would you say that there's like you think there's a widely existing expectation out there that he come into that situation not agnostic?
Absolutely. I think so, yeah. Or rather,
so-
or that we wouldn't, or if we could have had that debate, but if he'd made it clear that that was his approach, that he actually thought that the sentence was incomprehensible, that he doesn't think insurrection is like a word that has any value or whatever, then I would have changed my approach. And two, I think the expectations would have been very different for the debate. To compare it to my Alex playing with fire debate, like imagine if my debate with him wasn't 3 or 4 hours of going over news articles and evidence, but imagine it was just me arguing the idea that the concept of a war crime is absurd and we should never even consider anything a war crime. I think that most people would walk away from that conversation feeling pretty like mindfuck, like, wait, what the fuck? I thought we were going to argue whether or not Israel engaged in war crimes, not if a war crime is even like a real thing that can be defined.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's getting back into the agnostic. That's getting back into him actually disagreeing with the. So we'll talk. Well, yeah, let's get around to that. But just to close off the first thing, I don't think we agree, but I think we know where our disagreement is, and I think it might be hard to persuade each other because it would probably just come down to like recounting a bunch of like personal experience or bringing up like things that are supposed to represent attitudes of community. Like it would be a big, boring empirical kind of thing. But
Sure.
I think what we agree about is that to come in agnostic under my use of the word agnostic, which is like how you use neutral, about the proposition, you're not doing any semantic bullshit where you like aren't understanding terms or something. That is not necessarily an error in any kind of like logical or epistemic sense or anything like this. But we can agree that there are cases where there's an expectation that someone not do that, so it's going to be in violation of a norm. And then where we disagree is just you think that that norm is maybe like widespread in the debate community online or in the relevant communities here. And that's the part where like I'm not convinced, and it would just be a big, long empirical debate.
Sure, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, and I assume neither of us are actually interested in having that debate. I'm definitely not interested in that debate. I don't know if you are.
No, I don't think so. I feel like the evidence for my side is pretty compelling, though.
Well, you're trying to bait me into it now when you say that, though.
Yeah, of course I am. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like, imagine if you got into like a debate with somebody on like veganism, and this person had read like every single like Wittgensteinian book and every single thing on theory of language, and they just wanted to argue with you over like operative verbs or something about whether or not you could even issue a command to somebody, and then the entire debate was like 3 or 4 or 5 hours of whether or not a person could even utter commands and it be meaningful to another person or something.
There's a confusion, though not necessarily yours, but the you're going back to talking about what the semantic kind of objection Andrew is running. What I was saying was in the case where hypothetical. So the thing that I'm saying, we agree about there's no logical error. We agree there's cases where it can be inappropriate. The thing we're disagreeing about, I'm talking in the case where he comes in, he's agnostic about the proposition, and he doesn't do any of the semantic stuff. I'm saying I'm not sure there's a norm against that in any of the like relevant communities here.
Oh,
It's not one
it
that's
only
so widely-
depends when you say that. It only depends on if he has considered it or not, then I guess, on whether or not it would be appropriate or inappropriate. So like, let's say that he'd come in and his position wasn't that it absolutely wasn't an insurrection. However, he hadn't seen evidence that compelled him to believe that it was an insurrection, but he was willing to say maybe it would be, but I would need to see like A, B, C, or X, Y, and Z. That would be like a neutral position that I would consider like acceptable because it's more on the substance of the question rather than the semantic torturing of the word. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like what might have been happening here is that we might have been talking past each other a bit because I was thinking not with the semantics, you're thinking with him doing the semantic stuff. So yeah, in the case where he's coming in and he's being agnostic about the substantive thing, about the debate proposition. There's no semantic shit going on. In that case, it's not, I mean, maybe for some people there's a norm being violated, but you would agree or not that in that case, it's not really obvious there's like some widespread norm that everyone's going to think he's in violation.
No.
of
In
there.
that case, if it wasn't the semantic, I don't think there's any norm necessarily being violated. I would consider that to be an acceptable position. Yeah, I think that's totally fine. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, we actually agree, and then yeah, so and I'm actually
Because that would have been that would actually map on accurately to my position with Alex, where I wasn't taking the strong position that Israel hasn't committed any war crimes. My position was neutral. I haven't seen a good evidence for it. I could be convinced of it, and I guess that's what you're going to try to do in this debate. So let's go through it if you want. Yeah, that would have mapped on, I think, to my position in that debate. Yeah, and I think that's fine.
I thought your whole angle in that debate was to ask what a war crime meant.
No.
I'm kidding.
Oh,
Sorry,
fuck
maybe
you.
this
Okay, I didn't know if you
sarcasm
just
is,
mind
like,
fucked me. Yeah.
obvious.
Okay. But yeah, correct.
No,
Yes.
I
Yeah.
agree,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, everything you just said, I agree with. So
Okay.
yeah, okay. So I think we've like closed that first topic. We like basically agree about that. Do you have anything else to say about that one or no?
No. So let me summarize it. We both agree that if you were to go into a debate and your position was like a considered neutral position on something, it's okay to have that if the other person is arguing for a strong affirmative and you just want to attack their affirmative argument. And then if you can defeat that affirmative argument and you've got a considered neutral position on a particular thing, that's a totally acceptable non-norm destroying thing to do, right? That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's fine. I'd phrase it a bit differently, but I agree with all that. Yeah,
Sure.
and like
Okay.
additionally, it's not like strictly logically or epistemically problematic or anything like
Correct.
that.
Yeah. No errors have been committed. Yeah. And not even like a norm necessarily has been violated. Yeah. Okay.
And then another thing. So one or two little closing kind of things about this. So yeah, I think that well, actually, let me just think about how to phrase this so we don't go down a crazy rabbit hole here. I think that there is value in the right circumstance to doing that. Okay, like I think so.
Wait.
First of all, in
Doing
terms of,
what?
You're right. I should have said what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's such a bad habit. You know, like this is actually a thing that I've been actively working on for years. Is not using words like that and it and stuff all the time when doing public communication. Because in my head, I know what I'm referring to, but everyone else loses track. It's like one of those little.
Sure.
hairy
I'm
things
assuming
that
when you
gotta
said
keep
that, you mean the semantic torturing, right?
I need to remember my own sentence. That might have been what I meant.
You said in some cases there's value in doing that.
Oh, no, not quite. I meant, so yeah, I was going to explain. Yeah. So I think, so basically forgetting the semantic part specifically, you could do something like this, right? I could give you no attack surface at all by avoiding taking a position. Anytime you ask me anything, I'm just not going to answer. I'm going to say I don't really see how that's relevant to the debate proposition. So you're not going to get me to make any statements. If you ask me questions, I'll not answer them.
Mhm.
I'm not going to make any statements on my own. So you get no attack surface, right? But you have put claims on the table, and I'm just going to kind of drill at you.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you and I both know that there's people who are imbalanced, like who are like only able to do offense in debate, like Darth Dawkins, and like fiendishly grasp for the offense position and do not want to play defense, right? Like, frankly, I think someone like Darth would benefit a lot from just having to play defense like that for like fucking like 5 years or something, right?
Sure.
But yeah, so I think you want ultimately to be balanced and to be able to do offense and defense, and I think that there is value to just doing defense sessions sometime. So
For
that's
sure.
one point. I assume you agree.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then a further thing is just for you in the future, you can tell me if you agree with this one. I think that as much as we might want to, as much as you may argue like this was Andrew being bad faith, he was being annoying in various ways, and I'm open to all those arguments. I think that there's also a level where you can do something about it here, and that is clarify the semantics before going in on the debate, or like, well, wait, let's not talk about that. Just clarify the position at least of your interlocutor before going in. Like, if you don't clarify, you should assume that they might take that agnostic stance. If you're looking to like actually debate people who are going to take a stake in the thing and give you some turf to attack also, I think that you want to make sure of that at the outset rather than go in blind and find them in the agnostic position. You agree with that or no? I'm saying preemptive work here is better than dealing with the problem when it arises.
I think I kind of agree with you. I think I would agree in like 99% of circumstances. I think in this debate, I don't remember texts. I think that we knew that we might have even said this on stream. I don't remember if this was just text or we said on stream. I think we knew that there was going to be some arguing over the definition of it though. So I was willing to accept some debate back and forth because I don't think very many of the facts are in dispute for this. So the debate is probably going to be over two competing definitions of insurrection. So I think I was more okay with it being a little bit more hazy going in. I just didn't know it would be necessarily this bad.
Yes. Okay. I see. So you
because
see
I think
value...
it would kind of be like me saying that like I am 5 foot 8 inches. Okay, that's a known fact in the universe. There's no way to argue in favor or against it. And I want to have a debate with somebody else over whether or not I'm tall. Right. The argument of whether or not I'm tall is going to follow very swiftly from our definition of tall. And so I imagine the majority of our argument is probably going to be over that particular definition. And so for January 6th, there are very few facts in dispute if you really want to get into the substance of it. Well, I think there are very few facts in dispute if you want to get into the substance of it. So it makes sense that a lot of the haggling is going to be over the definition of insurrection itself. So I was willing to accept that much, but I thought I would have a competing definition to work against. Yeah.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're saying, yes, I agree, like generally, or at least a lot of the time, if I want to not end up in this situation, the optimal thing to do is just going to be to clarify the position my interlocutor is taking before the debate happens and make sure they're not going agnostic. But having said that, there's certain cases, like this Andrew case, where I would rather not do that. And the reason is because I think that the debate will be mostly about the definition used in the debate proposition.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember your train of thought for the last bit there. There's cases where you want to repeat that last bit for me again with you do want to not get the clarity about their position beforehand in certain cases.
Well, I understand that that's going to be like a big subject.
You think that's the whole. Yeah, because because you think that thing what they're sorry, let me think of how to say this. Yeah, okay. I don't know how to verbalize it. I can kind of see what you're saying, I think.
I think basically, so I usually write out beforehand like my debate strategies, debate goals, or whatever. So the thing that I'd written out for the strategy for this debate is number one is define an insurrection, and then my definition of insurrection is obviously preferred. It is the legal and historical backing. If he rejects my definition, he needs to provide another one with proper historical legal backing. And then number two, my second step for this debate was if my definition is granted, then ... Basically, my argument is over. I've won. Like the definition of insurrection here is going to logically lead into, unless he really wants to try to fight on the facts, is impossible. And so, like as alternative strategies, the other strategies that how he could respond is one is he has to define insurrection differently. Two is he has to pivot to other cases to say my definition is too broad. Three is that he's going to find a way to weasel out of the particular insurrection definition of saying like, well, if the thing didn't work, it couldn't have been an insurrection, so it's fighting the definition. And then four is to appeal to criminal charges. So he did 3 out of 4 of these. So I kind of have it identified like what are the other ways that he could move. But this is kind of how I saw this particular debate going because the definition here is going to define the rest of the debate so much. So all this to say, like, I agree with what you're saying principally, but I think in certain debates, it's going to make sense that you're like, imagine if you want to have a debate with somebody and the debate is like, is God real? And the guy's, his definition of God is just God exists in all living things. And it's actually immaterial and you can't see him in any way, size, shape, or form. I believe in the clockmaker God. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me. Why the fuck did I even argue this? Like, this is retarded. I guess I agree then, if that's how you define it, right? So that's I'll let it say that.
Okay. So I feel like I understood most of what you said when I was trying to summarize it, and then I kind of at the end it disintegrated a bit. So I understand that you think, generally speaking, if you want to avoid ending up debating against an agnostic position, for instance, if there's some kind of position you don't want to end up debating against, the thing to do is just to find out at the outset if that's the position they're taking.
Sure.
You think that there are exceptions to that? You think the Andrew debate is one? I'm a little bit unclear about why. I know you can probably go into a thing about why, but I actually suspect that the thing about why connects to this whole second topic, because we keep touching on it. You keep talking about the semantics. You keep talking about debating definition. So I feel like we should actually kind of go into the second. And if we want to loop back to whether you now think my suggestion of always clarifying it at the outset is good after,
I think actually I think I changed my mind. The idea of so I said clarifying in the beginning. I understand that we're going to be fighting over this. So I can understand not having perfect clarity here. However, it probably is still fair to ask for like a competing definition for that level of clarification, because that might change how I approach it. So I might come into the debate knowing that we're going to debate over 2 definitions of insurrection. So then I ask him before we go in, just curious, what is your definition? And then if he says, well, I'm unwilling or unable to provide one, that would give me a really big indication for the direction of that debate, I think. So maybe even that clarification actually would be useful, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I think we should go into that second topic about it's basically about this definition. So I think if after doing that, it's you reconsider my suggestion and it seems like something worth doing 100% of the time, then okay. But I think, yeah, we should move to that. And I do want to say one thing, though, because I wrote it down because I knew I'd forget, and I did forget until I just looked. You mentioned the being neutral when you don't know what something means. I just want to touch on this quickly. Yeah, there is such a view as being not even agnostic. And he was laughing at you when you said this, and I told him he was actually wrong about it after, Andrew, because what you said was right.
The
You
blub
can-
thing?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I say to you that my favorite food is a Gefarfelbarb,
Mhm.
you are not agnostic on that proposition.
Yeah.
And an easy way to show this is say that it turns out that Gefarfelbarb actually is, let's say that it turns out being an adjective, so the sentence isn't like even syntactically correct. It was supposed to be a fucking noun. Now it's like literal gibberish.
Yeah.
That doesn't even have a truth. It's not even something that one would be capable of being agnostic about. It's not even a proposition.
Yeah.
So yeah, the idea that you can be, that you really, all these things, belief, disbelief, agnosticism,
Mhm.
degrees of credence, all of that, we can just label that as doxastic states of mental states about beliefs.
Yeah.
The idea of having a doxastic state prior to comprehension of the thing you have a doxastic state about is insane. That obviously
Yeah, because
makes
if I'm understanding that doxastic state implies some level of understanding and some level of consideration, right? Yeah, you wouldn't say that like, oh, how do you
not necessarily,
what?
not necessarily consideration, but I mean, if it depends how you define that. If you could make it so that it has to be consideration, but
Sure, okay,
definitely understanding, certainly understanding. Yes.
Like I feel like it would be strange if I asked somebody like, how did you feel about the movie Interstellar, or do you think Interstellar is a good movie or not? And somebody says like, well, I'm neutral on it being a good movie or not. And then you find out they haven't watched it. It's like, well, it's not really that you're neutral. You don't even have an opinion. You haven't watched it yet. How can you say you're neutral? But like, I guess they could theoretically say, well, I'm neutral in that I haven't been convinced one way or another. But that I think that has a different meaning, even though it's the same word, as somebody who's
that's
neutral
right.
after considering both sides, right? Yeah.
That's right. They're just equivocating on neutral. That's exactly right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, in neutral in the sense that we're using it, which is to mean that you've considered some proposition. I guess that's how we're phrasing it, right?
Yeah.
You consider some proposition, and the doxastic state you arrive at is one of no credence for or against. So you're just in the middle.
Yeah.
That it literally had built in the definition that you like thought about what the thing is. Like
Yes.
it's just, let's just make it a sentence so it's really simple. You can't have a doxastic state about something you don't understand.
Yes.
I don't know the meaning of it. You can't have a fucking doxastic state about it.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, so you're right about that. Okay, yeah, so let's talk about that other one. How's your stamina going here for this? You good for another or no?
It's okay, but let me use a restroom. I gotta pee real quick. 1 second.
Okay. I guess there's the whole chat I can probably discover here. Although I don't know how much this chat likes me, but I'll read you guys if you have some shit to say. Oh damn, it's Ask Yourself. Yes, it is. I am here. It is me. I am you. No, I'm not. There's a great video analyzing Destiny's L and the labor theory of value. I was upset about that, but let's water under the bridge. I think we're getting along now. I also suspect that Destiny could probably beat Jack if he took the time to understand some of what was happening there. That's my view. But yeah, I do think there are some problems there. Why do him and Vegan Gains sound alike? I mean, we are friends. We lived in the same city until recently. In fact, I helped him move out just a few weeks ago. And I helped him move in. In fact, I would never really go to his house except for those things. So
Okay, I'm back.
that was my only time there. We'd always hang elsewhere. Hello. Okay. Yeah. So you want to hit this second topic now? Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, I think that there's some ambiguity around the idea of like justifying propositions versus justifying definitions, and you hear things come up like correct definitions, and I think that if we clarify the semantics around these kind of things, that this kind of right now there's like this unprincipled muddling together of debating the proposition, debating quote debating the definition, quote debating if the definition is justified or correct. It's like this big kind of muddle. And I think that if we clarify what exactly those things mean, what is it to justify a proposition, what is it to quote justify a definition, I think suddenly it becomes really clear, and you can disambiguate a lot of the kind of stuff that happened in that sort of that phase of the debate where Andrew is taking agnostic and putting all the pressure on you. I think that you can disambiguate a lot of what happens there, and then very easily determine which things are on or off topic, which are like something you might care about debating or not. So yeah, broadly what I'm saying is we clarify the semantics, and then suddenly I think it'll be a lot easier to deal with that.
Sure.
Okay, so what do you think that it means to justify a definition?
What does it mean
Maybe
to
by
justify a
contrast.
definition? Well, I guess it's going to, I mean, there might be whole different like theories of language or epistemic ideas about what it means, but I guess on a very like casual sense, I don't have a very thoughtful position on this, but the thing that immediately comes to mind is to define a particular thing means to create a word that represents something that is unique in some way to that word. Otherwise, there's no point if it's like a total synonym for something else. So if I'm creating a category of things, it's because this category that I've created or this thing that I'm describing is unique in some important way that makes it necessary to give it like a unique identifier, I guess, basically.
I'm not totally sure I follow that. So, and I know you're not saying you have a whole theory here, so I'm not going to like pressure the fuck out of that. But okay, well, let me ask you another. What do you think it means to justify a proposition as opposed to a definition?
To justify a proposition, I think like deductively, it would be
I can prompt you with words like deductive, but I'll like, oh, sorry, you're saying more. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I think justifying a proposition means that you have laid out some number of facts that, if true, like basic computational, like propositional logic would show that the conclusion is necessary. It necessarily follows. It logically follows. So like an if A then B kind of scenario. So anytime A then B, some type of thing like that.
Yeah, so I think we're in similar-ish territory. So we're definitely similar on what it means to justify a proposition. Like, to justify a proposition, well, I mean, if I give my exact theory, it'll get kind of nuanced. But broadly, you're thinking about, like, making a logical inference. It's like you have some premises, and if these things are true, and the logical structure you set up between them and the thing you're trying to justify is sound or valid, really, then you're going to justify the proposition in question, right?
Yeah.
It's like to give an argument for it, basically.
Sure.
Now, obviously, it doesn't always have to be formal, but like that's roughly what you're doing, building some kind of logical inference to support thing in question from some other propositions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that I agree. That's like the right kind of way of thinking about epistemic justification. I think about it a bit differently. But that's like I think about it a tiny bit differently, but it's like further details. It's not like taking away anything from what's been said. Yeah, so then if we think about what it means to justify a definition, again, this is kind of where like anti-realism comes up for me, because there's people who have a sort of realist or like objectivist kind of view about language. I can't really describe it well because I don't think it makes sense, so I probably inevitably kind of straw man it, but I'm sure you've encountered this. There's people who they speak as if there's like a sort of mind independently correct way to define a term, and we're trying to like converge on what that is, right? That's like a kind of realist, like ontologically robust way of thinking about this. I don't think in like all of that to me just feels like total gibberish. Like when I think about what it would mean to justify a definition, I'm a simpleton. I'm like, okay, does justify mean, show that we have an interest in using it?
Yeah, that's essentially what I think I was saying before. Like,
Yeah.
Is there some value? Yeah, and it feels like the interest in using it comes from identifying it against something else, right? Like if I create two terms and they both explain the exact same thing, then one of these terms seems like it would be arbitrary. I wouldn't need it. I could toss it and then just use the first. So if I create some word to describe something, that word has a value or some kind of utility in describing a thing. Most likely, either a novel thing or think differently than it would otherwise be described, essentially. So in the case of like riot and insurrection, if riot and insurrection, because I think that this is how Andrew is essentially trying to argue against my distinction, is that there is no distinction. Your definition of insurrection or riot would perfectly overlap. Therefore, we can destroy the term insurrection because it's meaningless. Whereas I'm trying to say it should exist because there is some utility in defining a riot separately from an insurrection if one rises to such for either legal purposes, other purposes of analysis, or whatever. Yeah.
Let's just clarify what you mean when you say should, which I know is like kind of annoying, but like I think it is going to be relevant. Like when you say we should do any given thing, all you're expressing is a preference for that thing, right? You're not some kind of like realist about this. When you say like,
yeah,
we should go to the mall.
contextually, I'm really, really far away from any like fundamental metaphysical statement on the existence of concepts. I'm very, very like down in the applied level. So like if I say we should do a thing, it's because it provides some utility or purpose like that comports with some other system that we all kind of agree satisfies some preference, right? So we should label like corn differently from tomatoes because people like to identify corn differently from tomatoes because it gives a whole bunch of utility to do so. Yeah.
Exactly, right. And I don't think you need to take this like strong philosophical, position that you're an anti-realist to do that, right? Like, because the thing is, the way that you're using the word should, which is basically just interchangeable with like I have a preference for, or some relevant agent has a preference for this thing, that's not something that realists don't understand, right? They understand what that language means. They have a different usage for the word should, and they have a bunch of robust metaphysical stuff. But you don't have to make a statement on that, right? I'm trying to kind of say you're not actually sticking your neck out philosophically if all you're doing is you're going, I'm not saying realism is false or anything, just when I use should, this is a usage I can understand, so this is currently...
It satisfies like the ordinary norms of language in this regard, basically. Like ordinary norms that I wouldn't expect anybody to fight on in this debate. Yeah.
Well, but at a more general level, to say something should be done is just to say that it is a preference of some relevant agent or group of agents. Like if I say you should get a cookie, it's like I want you to get a cookie or something. If you say like we shouldn't prey on the poor or something, you're like you're expressing a preference. You're saying I'd rather we not do that.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, we can go for that with that for now. Do you have some hesitance towards that or something?
No.
It sounded a little. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so back to the definition thing. So we should use a definition in a particular way. So if justifying a definition means showing that we should use it in a particular way, and when you use should, you're using it in an anti-realist sense, right? Then that actually seems like it's all going to come down to a kind of empirical thing. It seems like if they say to you, like say that your opponent says to you, we should use a word in such and such a way, right? It sounds like if we think about what that means, given your semantics about should, it's like they're saying that you have a preference for it, right? And that's actually on them to show. That's like an empirical claim about your preferences. Or if you claim that we should use a word in such and such a way, you might say like my should is with respect to this group of agents, or like if you have these concerns, this is why you do that. But the broad point I'm kind of trying to get across is for you, justifying why we should use a term in a particular way comes down to showing that using it in that particular way aligns with the preferences of some relevant group of agents.
Yeah. Although I don't believe me and Andrew have any disagreements here, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not 100% sure about that. I think he might be more willing to accept some of the realist stuff, but I might be wrong about that. Okay, so yeah. Now, I guess I want to say let's like think about the debate proposition, because now we have like kind of all these things in place, right? We're like, okay, we understand what we mean by justifying a definition. We have like a whole kind of semantic worked out for that now. We can think about that. We know what we mean by justifying propositions. So now let's like go to the debate proposition and see if suddenly everything can be like really easily categorized. And maybe you'll tell me you could have done this all just as easily before, but for me, this adds a lot of clarity. So debate proposition is what? January 6th was an insurrection?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. So say that debate opens, and then the first thing that he starts doing is criticizing your definition or something like that.
Yeah.
Is he actually arguing about the debate proposition?
He could be.
No, it's not clear that he is. He's not giving an argument that shows that the proposition is false. He's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's
undermining
not clear yet, but like the expectation would be that your definition sucks because of these reasons, because we would expect that if either of us could define a term, then obviously we could justify our definition for the thing. I guess we would expect it in this case. So I would imagine that it's arguing against my term, understanding that I'm arguing to use this particular term because of whatever preferences that I'm asserting that are, ordinary, normal, in law and history, whatever. And then after attacking my definition, he would give his definition to say mine's superior to yours in these particular ways, and this is why mine is better. And was January 6th an insurrection? And so far as how I define it, the answer is obviously no. And I'm going to fight for why my definition is superior to your definition. That's what I would have expected. Yeah. Also,
So
as a way to further the norm thing, like Myron did even ask at the start of the debate, like, hey, let's just say what the definition of insurrection is now so that we can agree on that. So like even Myron's expectation is that it wouldn't be like a huge point of disagreement between us. Yeah.
Yeah. If let me think about. Let me just think for a second.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me like when he starts criticize, like that discussion you were just talking about, which definition is superior, which again is going to just come down to something about which definition satisfies the norms of the relevant group, whatever. That sounds to me like a distinctly separate it doesn't just sound to me, it is. It's a distinctly separate proposition than the debate proposition, right? It's like you're starting a debate and the very first step of the debate is let's change the proposition.
I disagree. I think that it's more in line with the proposition than I have no definition for insurrection, because the debate that we ended up having made it seem like Andrew had an undefinable position, in that because he said explicitly that he was unwilling or unable to provide a definition of insurrection. So then how could he parse the prompt? How can you even have a position there? And then if he's endlessly torturing my definition, regardless of the issues that mine has, maybe it's entirely imperfect or very flawed, it seems like I could still use it and still technically, if we're just talking about like a debate win, like if I really wanted to just win the debate, I think I could have just said to Andrew, oh, you keep saying that mine is like a riot. Well, actually, I'm using insurrection as a synonym for a riot, and I think that January 6th was an insurrection. And then I think I automatically win the debate at that point. I don't think he can win at that point, other than to start making empirical like claims like, oh, what about this? Would this be an insurrection? And I say, yeah, all of this, every riot is an insurrection. And then that's it. But that would be like kind of a ridiculous, like nobody would be coming, and I don't think that'd be satisfying for anybody. And that doesn't even map on Andrew's real positions, but yeah.
Well, the way I'm thinking about it is these are two different propositions. Was January 6th an insurrection? Is X the appropriate definition of insurrection?
I mean, one is going to be like a subcategory of the other, I think. Like, I would expect there to be some haggling over terms when, I would expect there to be some haggling over terms, like, to establish any debate. I think that's probably fair.
Yeah, what I'm kind of,
I'm trying to think of like if I was to have a debate with somebody, like, is abortion moral? Like, I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world if we came in with two different definitions of abortion, and then we settled on something at the beginning of the debate, right? Where maybe their definition is like abortion includes all instances of terminating a pregnancy. And I would say, okay, well, for the purpose of my debate for whether or not this is moral, I'm going to say purposes where the abortion is terminated just for for preferential reasons, not how we're using the term preference, but like the life of the mother isn't at risk, right? She's just doing it for convenience, for convenient reasons. And so we might like agree on like, okay, well, we'll use this definition of abortion going forward. And then after we haggle that a bit, then we would move on to like the substance of the conversation. Like, I think that would be fair. And I don't think that would be like a totally different debate proposition to have an agreement on what a particular thing means if that conversation happens at the front of the debate. I think it's okay.
I think there's various connections between them, but I think those are two different propositions, though.
While that's true, I would argue, just because of how complicated language and concepts are, probably every single debate prompt probably necessarily like entails like a multitude of propositions that are kind of like built into it, right? So I mean, like, they might be like, I don't know if I would say they're two different propositions. I would say that like maybe one is subsumed by the other, or that one is that there are other things that are going to be like argued along the way.
Well, we could say hypothetically it turns out one is entailed by the other or something, that is fine, but that would still be different. Like if you were gonna like represent them formally, you wouldn't like represent them both with the same character, for instance.
What do you mean with the same?
They
character?
mean different. I mean like a logic symbol. Like they mean different things, right? It means a different. Like these are not the same, right? It means a different. I agree with you. There's connections between them, but there's a different meaning if I say X is the best definition for this term versus the proposition January 6th wasn't an X, right? Like I guess I don't get you here. Those do seem distinct to me. I agree there's connections between them, but those are definitely different.
So I'm gonna, okay, all right, get ready, okay? I don't do prop logic at all, okay? All right, so let's say that we're having a debate. If A, then B, okay? Was January 6th an insurrection, right?
Wait, sorry, you confused me right there. You said if A, then B, and then you said, is January 6th an insurrection? Are you drawing this somewhere?
Yeah, I'm just writing it in DMST, right?
Oh, sorry, I see. Yeah, okay, yeah, I got you.
So let's say that we're having let's say that we're having a debate where it's like if A, then B. I feel like another debate that could be had is like I don't know how you would write this, but maybe maybe like a debate is like if XYZ then A or something, right? So then the debate actually becomes over like XYZ, right? And if you can prove XYZ, like if XYZ, then A, then B. Is that like a totally separate proposition or?
Yeah, it's a separate proposition, but I think there's also a slight confusion there. It sounds like you're talking about a case where you have some proposition and then you have some argument for it and then some further argument for the premises of that argument or something, right? And you're saying that it can all be connected in one big inferential tree, like those premises way down in the tree. Here, you want it? Here, I'll draw this. Do we have, here, 1 second. I'll send you an Excalibur. You can probably, if you want to share it, then people can see. That might be better.
It's really hard to do because of my separate computers, but.
Doesn't matter, it's fine. Yeah, okay. Are you able to join that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, this is sort of the way I think about it. Like,
wait, if this link is public, will it fuck everything up?
The room one, I think if they see the exact room, they can join.
Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, don't worry, that's fine. I'm just looking at my computer. Fuck them.
It shouldn't all be visible in the URL bar though. You could like just make sure not to click. Worst case, I guess they come in and start drawing dicks or something.
No, you're fine. Just go. Show me what you want. Fuck, I'm moving shit on accident. Go ahead.
Okay. No, it's all good. Okay, so yeah, let's erase some of these. I don't know if I put them there or you. Okay, so yeah, say that we have like some initial proposition up here, and this is like, you know, P or whatever.
Wait, where are you at right now? I have no idea.
Oh, can you see where I'm drawing?
Yep. Okay, go.
Yeah. Okay. You can use the tools too if you want to highlight. There's a little thing. Yeah. So you have some initial proposition P, or maybe it's J. Maybe you're arguing about January 6th. And then you might have like supporting arguments for this, right? I understand that. You could have, you know, some more propositions down here. Maybe that's premise 1, that's premise 2. And these things together, they add up to justify this proposition up here. So maybe this is P, or here, yeah, let's do it like this. That's Q, and then down here you got like P implies Q.
Okay, just kidding. I can't see anything you're drawing. I don't know why.
You can't?
No. I see like there's like a tree thing with 3, or like a rake, the bottom of a rake. I don't know how you describe it.
Wait, you don't see this right here where I'm circling with the red thing?
No.
Really? What if you zoom out far? You can't see that? Because I see you in here. It says that you're in this.
Here, this is what I see. This thing.
What the fuck? Is it? It's like it's stuck in an older Excalibur session, which is kind of weird.
It might be. Okay, never mind. Here, fuck this. Just explain it. Go ahead. I don't think we need a whole drawing for it. Go ahead.
I think it would be easier, but okay. Well, anyway, I'm just pointing out that it's a little easier when you can draw, but like here, let's just try. I want to try one more time. I'm sorry. Let's just try one more, and then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Okay.
If you join this right here, are you able to see my little red thing zipping around?
No.
Okay, never mind. We'll drop it then. Yeah, well, anyway, I'm almost forgetting the point now. I agree, though, that you can have an argument and then you can have further arguments for it. And then if those fail to, those rely on premises which are then falsified, then you're going to have that problem go all the way up to the tree and undermine the initial proposition. So I agree in that sense that you can have like an important relationship between two propositions. But the broader point that I'm getting at with all this is just that they are distinct propositions. And I think that if you, well, yeah, so let's start there. You agree they're distinct, right? January 6th was an insurrection versus X is the appropriate definition of insurrection.
Maybe like in a very formal logic sense, but I think informally I would expect this to come up in a debate. I think it would comport to the norms very easily.
But I'm asking a very specific thing, which is if they're like
very
literally
specifically,
the same.
I mean, if a proposition is contained within another proposition, does that mean they're distinctly separate propositions, or?
Well, I'm not sure if I want to agree with the language of contained, but yeah, you'd say they're separate. If you had like two,
then I would say
propositions-
say yes. Yeah, I guess they are separate. Yeah.
Yeah, like you could have something. Yeah, okay. Well, I won't go into the logic, but yeah, you could have a proposition that's compound that like contains another or something.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, what I'm getting at is that this is like I can just kind of tell you how I would handle it, and you may or may not like this, but like I guess what I would do is I'd want initially to get clear on the debate proposition under a specific semantic. I don't want to enter a debate where it's not clear that there's a debate, right? If you guys don't agree on the semantic going in, it's not clear that you actually have a disagreement, right? We agree about that. Oh, voice crack. We agree about that, right?
Yeah, in a formal sense. Although informally, I know that we severely disagree on this. Obviously, I would know that. Yeah, like he's not neutral. I know that he's not neutral on the position, and it would seem strange to accept the debate if we didn't agree on it. So, but I mean, in a very formal sense, sure.
Yeah, right. So, and I'm not saying you need to be some kind of formal robot, but I think that you can do a bit of differentiation here, and it would be useful. At least it's what I would do. So, in this kind of situation, if I have a debate, so like the first thing is I'd want to actually clear up semantics, so I know that we're thinking about the proposition in the same way and there's actually a disagreement. If I didn't have that, I wouldn't go into a quote debate. I would go into an exploratory conversation to see if there's a proposition we disagree about. Because otherwise, you can be having a conversation that's really just about working out semantics, and the other guy can be playing it like it's a debate that you're losing, right? Like
Yeah.
that I don't like that at all. I think that if what they're actually trying to do is they don't have any argument for or against the debate proposition, what they really want to do is try to find some like uncomfortable consequence of your semantics or something. That's like a different debate. They want to debate you about whether your definition is the appropriate.
Which is what I
definition,
said
right?
in the beginning. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that, but I would have been opposed to that under this framing. Like, if it was like the debate was like Destiny's definition of insurrection is insufficient, or Destiny's using a poor definition of insurrection, or insurrection isn't like adequately definable or differentiated from riot or something, that would be more honest. And I probably would have even prepared for that and had different rhetorical tools available for that if I would have known that it was going to be the entirety of the debate. I just assumed that the definition hashing was going to be like part one of like 3 or 4 or 5, not the entirety of it.
Yeah, that which might have honestly been a fair assumption, but yeah, it didn't pan out that time. So yeah, so I mean, what I would basically say is ideal there is when he starts doing that, if he's going to instead of arguing about the debate proposition, try to have some separate argument. This is actually what I would do personally. I would say, okay, I see that you're trying to go down some kind of road there, and I'm happy to talk about that. You know, if you want to have like a separate conversation, if you want to have a debate about what the appropriate definition is. But what we came in to debate today was under this specific semantic, whether this proposition is true. Now, here's my argument. Which premise do you object to? Right? So you can just totally avoid that entire rabbit hole of
Sure, by asking at the
definition
outset. Yeah, I kind of got there towards the end, but the answer that he gave I wasn't expecting. Where I think that basically the way to inquire on that is like, okay, well, what is your definition of insurrection, or how are you using this? And then he had absolutely no definition for it. And then he, in my opinion, he lied. Well, not in my opinion, he absolutely lied. He said, well, actually, he's neutral on it, when I know that he's not neutral on the proposition. And in common speak, if he was talking to other people, would say it absolutely wasn't an insurrection. So yeah, I didn't actually think he would go that far and to pretend that he was neutral on the topic. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it seems, yeah. So I guess that in my mind, what's happening is there's supposed to be a debate on something, and really they're kind of starting a debate on some other thing with you, and then it's going down this weird like side tangent. And the thing is, what I think is you should basically dial in the semantics and then force them to actually debate that. And if they try to have a separate debate about whether the definition is the right one, you could be like, oh, like I'm open to having that discussion. It could be that there's you could give me considerations that would lead me to like use a different definition or something, but that's not what we're here to discuss, right? We dialed in the semantics already, and the question is whether it's an insurrection under these semantics. Separate questions about whether these semantics are semantics we should care about, whether they're the common legal. Those are all different questions and all different debates. So you kind of make them like actually pick the thing that they're going to fight you on, not like allow this kind of weird amorphous like oscillation between different like semi-formed debate topics. Like that's where it gets all fucky. And a lot of people, I'm not accusing Andrew specifically, but then actually I was going to name people who I do think do this, but I won't. A lot of people love to live in the ambiguity, right? If they can just successfully muddy the waters so the debate doesn't have a vibe of like you clearly like drilling them into a corner on something, they'll be happy with that. I hung with Destiny for like 2 hours. He didn't really get me on anything, right? So I don't know. And it's like, unless you want people doing that kind of stuff to you, I just feel like best thing to do, semantics at the outset. And if they try to initiate a debate on a separate thing, just say, I'm willing to. You don't have to you look like you're hiding from it or unwilling or anything. Just make it clear that they're trying to change the subject. You're here for a specific thing, and that's what we're going to address. If you want to talk about the other stuff, set that up with me, and we'll do it after.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then I guess just the further one last thing, just looping back a little, is then, and if in fact then you do set up one of those debates, well, now you have a really clear semantic for it, right? Like say that he does in fact, okay, fine, well here, we'll close this one off, we'll see what follows under this definition right now. We got to have a separate debate about like whether it's the correct semantic or something. Well, now you have a reasonably clear idea of what you mean by the correct semantic. You're looking for it to be basically they're trying to persuade you to have a preference to use it, right? And now that's I guess let me just collect my thoughts. Now that you have a clear semantic for what it means to have the correct semantic, that's a pretty easy discussion to have with him. If he wants to have it with you, now on your anti-realist semantic, you can just go, oh, okay, wait, you're saying some other semantic is preferred here. Well, yeah, I mean, it's on you to show that, right? Go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily disagree. I didn't expect this one to be as painful as it was. If I would have known beforehand, then yeah, I would have just clarified that going in. Of course, we're not going to have this. Yeah, yeah, because I think everybody knows the position he had going in, and even the entirety of his debate strategy didn't actually comport with his like what it ended up being. Because you could tell if you watched the beginning of the debate that he was hoping that I would either try to differentiate myself by maintaining both positions like that I have currently with things I'd said in like 2021 and try to explain why these things weren't incoherent without considering that I might just say like, oh, I don't have the same positions that I did in 2021. So he completely abandoned that whole, yeah, it was pretty obvious. Yeah. And then also because he even asked me like, oh, well, let's do 5 minutes each for, or no, Myron offered, let's do 5 minutes each for like internal critique or something. I'm so curious if I would have done it on his position, what would that have even looked like? Because he had no position. I don't know what it would have looked like for me asking him questions for 5 minutes. Like, what could I have possibly asked him if he would say, "Oh, well, I don't have any position on this. I'm totally neutral, and I don't even have a definition for insurrection." Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Oh yeah, Andrew requested it. Yeah, I have no fucking idea what I could have possibly asked him that he could have answered. Yeah.
So you're kind of wondering about like how would you cross-examine someone who's not giving you anything to attack?
Yeah, there would be nothing for me to cross-examine, right?
Well, I mean, it kind of depends on how you think about it. Like, if the goal is to show that he's making like a logical error, yeah, I mean, if he's not going to put any propositions on the table, you're not going to be able to do that. You need at least two to get a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
So that's not happening. So you can't do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it depends on what you want to do. Like if you wanted to show, for instance, that he's being unreasonable or that he's being bad faith.
Yeah, but then
then it
becomes like a weird meta critique or whatever. And it's just like, well, I don't even want to like, well, why did you come here without a definition? Like, I don't like, yeah, it just feels unsatisfying, I think.
So it depends on what you want to do. So yeah, like if that feels unsatisfying and what you're looking for is something like false, showing he believes something false or that he's got inconsistent, yeah, you're right to say you can't do any of that if he doesn't give you a position. I guess I was just saying there are theoretically other things you could do, like
Unrelated
you
to
just
the
might
prop,
not be
yeah.
int-
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not be well, they're related in a sense, but they're not related in the sense of
Not logically related.
or established.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. You're not doing something to establish the epistemic status of the proposition.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, so for instance, like if you and I got in a debate and I somehow I say somehow I really fuck you over, but like the whole way I did it was by pretending I don't know what like cat means or something. Like, I mean, depending on your goals, you may very well just cross-examine me and go, Isaac, what's a cat? Like when I just refuse to answer that and go on crazy loops to avoid answering it, I mean, that's going to look pretty bad.
Yeah.
So it depends on your goals, right? But if your goals show logical error, yeah, I can't do that. If your goal is just to show there being bad faith, you might do that. But I also understand not wanting to get into some stupid meta thing. So
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
Okay. Well,
it was nice talking to you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else or no?
No, I think that's it. Have fun. Be careful.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Jeez. All right. Okay. I'm done with the AG part of this. What is this?
No waiting orders.
Nah.
Cop pulls gun on him.
Yes, they are.
Oh, fuck no.
Let me try to sit down.
Why you got his gun out? No. Nah, get the cam on this.
Nah, put the camera on
Get
down.
the cam on this, bro. Why you got...
Out of the car.
Why the gun out?
Let me see. Let me have my phone.
Why you got this gun out? Why you got that gun out?
It's going to cut the cars 161.
Damn, what led into this? I feel like you fucked up hard. If there's a cop parked in front of you with his lights on, were they running from the, or were they driving away for a while, or what was? Rip. Is this Twitch mobile app look at the quality? What are they? They're probably streaming at 1080p, probably 6K bandwidth.
Get the cam on this, bro. Why you got...
Yeah, they're using a real camera, probably not a cell phone, would be my guess.
It's going to cut the cars 161.
Fuck, how do I go to the?
No waiting orders.
Nah, right now.
I want to like, chat is not available as the VOD is expired. Oh, so there's no VOD anymore? Fuck me. The purple car is suspicious? No, something must have been happening up to this point. If
Yes, they are.
because there's literally like a cop car like with lights on in front, and you've already got a cop behind. Something led up to this. I just don't know what. I have no idea what led up to this. I can't know. I have no idea. Rip. One of them had warrants. I mean, maybe, or they got a call, somebody swatted them, or they saw something, or they, who knows? Like, there's anything could happen. Who knows? Does running from the cops justify them pointing a gun? Depending on what the call is for, what they suspect you for doing. Yeah, of course. But it depends on, it depends on why. Like if they think that you've committed a deadly crime, or if they think you're armed, I think police can shoot at you if you try to escape. But if it's just like a traffic infraction, probably not. Okay, I'm trying to think of the only thing left is the J6 day. So we would probably, the first thing we'd probably talk about are the January 6th rally. Talk about Ray Epps, embedded intelligence agents, because people want to talk about that like the day before. And then at the day of, you've got the speech, you've got the riot, and then you've got Trump's behavior during the insurrection, and then you've got statements by rioters during interrogation afterwards. If I just spent like 8 hours doing this today, or not today, tomorrow, I could just do this in 8 hours. I should just take one day off and just do this. Or ignore chat. Here's a big timeline. I don't know if I need this or care about this. I'll throw it in here, fuck it. Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to Cappuccino Papa Channel. Hopefully tomorrow is a normal-ish stream day. We'll see. Be careful.